Long before Roman soldiers reached the Euphrates, Persia had already built one of the greatest empires the ancient world had ever known. Centuries before the rise of Augustus, before Julius Caesar, and before Rome controlled anything beyond Italy, the kings of ancient Persia had ruled lands stretching across an enormous part of Asia. In the 6th century before Christ, Cyrus the Great founded what historians now call the Achaemenid Empire. Under Cyrus and the kings who followed him, Persian authority expanded from Central Asia toward the Mediterranean. Babylon fell to Cyrus in 539 before Christ. Egypt would later come under Persian rule, and under Darius I, the empire stretched across territories inhabited by many different peoples, languages, and religions. The Persian kings ruled through provinces. Roads connected distant regions. Messengers carried royal orders across enormous distances. Tribute flowed toward the imperial centers, and for generations, Persia stood as the dominant power of Western Asia. Rome, meanwhile, was still small. The Mediterranean world was dominated by other powers. Greek city-states fought among themselves. Carthage controlled a maritime empire, and Rome was slowly expanding across the Italian peninsula. At this stage, Rome and Persia existed in almost completely separate political worlds. Neither could have imagined how important the other would eventually become. The first great connection between those worlds came not through Rome, but through Macedonia. In the 4th century before Christ, Alexander the Great crossed into Asia. His armies defeated the Persian king Darius III. Persian capitals were captured, and the Achaemenid Empire collapsed. Alexander died only a few years later, in 323 before Christ. His vast conquest did not remain united. His generals divided them, and much of the former Persian world eventually fell under the control of the Seleucid dynasty. For generations, the Seleucid kings attempted to rule a territory extending from the eastern Mediterranean deep into Asia, but controlling such an enormous empire was difficult. Rebellions appeared. Distant provinces became harder to manage, and in the northeast, a new power slowly emerged: the Parthians. The Parthians were originally connected with peoples from the Iranian and Central Asian frontier. Their ruling dynasty became known as the Arsacids. Beginning in the 3rd century before Christ, Parthian rulers gradually expanded their control over Iranian lands. The Seleucid kingdom weakened. Province after province slipped away. And by the middle of the 2nd century before Christ, the Parthians had taken control of much of Iran and Mesopotamia. Persia had returned as a great imperial power, not under the old Achaemenid kings, but under a new dynasty. The Parthian Empire was different from the Roman state that would eventually confront it. Rome developed a large administrative system supported by cities, governors, taxation, roads, and professional armies. Parthian power was often more decentralized. Powerful aristocratic families controlled large territories. Local rulers could retain considerable influence. The king stood above them, but his authority depended partly on maintaining relationships with these powerful noble houses. This could make the Parthian Empire appear divided. Sometimes it was. Parthian princes fought one another. Rival claimants competed for the throne. Noble families could influence succession. But Rome would eventually discover that political division did not make Parthia an easy enemy, because the Parthians possessed something Rome had rarely encountered on such a scale: a military culture built around horses. The most famous Parthian soldiers were mounted. Some were horse archers, fast riders who could approach an enemy formation, release arrows, and withdraw before infantry could reach them. Others were heavily armored cavalry, men and horses protected by layers of armor. These warriors, often described as cataphracts, could charge with long lances and tremendous force. Roman military power worked differently. The Roman legion was built around disciplined heavy infantry. Soldiers fought in organized formations. They carried large shields, short swords, javelins, and they were trained to maintain order even during chaotic battles. Against many enemies around the Mediterranean, this system had been devastatingly effective. But on the open plains of Mesopotamia, the Romans would eventually confront an opponent who did not need to fight on Roman terms. For a long time, however, Rome had more immediate problems. During the 3rd and 2nd centuries before Christ, the Roman Republic fought its great wars against Carthage. The struggle nearly destroyed Rome. Hannibal crossed the Alps. Roman armies were annihilated in Italy, but Rome survived, and eventually Carthage was defeated. Afterward, Roman expansion accelerated. Macedonia fell under Roman control. Greek territories became part of Rome's growing sphere. The Romans moved into Asia Minor, and by the 1st century before Christ, Rome was approaching the political world of Armenia, Syria, Mesopotamia, and Parthia. The two great powers were finally moving toward one another. Between them stood a collection of kingdoms whose rulers understood the danger of being caught between empires. Among the most important was Armenia. Armenia occupied a strategic position between Anatolia, the Caucasus, Mesopotamia, and Iran. Control over Armenia could protect one empire while threatening the other. And as Rome and Parthia expanded, Armenia would repeatedly become a place where their ambitions collided. One Armenian king in particular would help bring Rome and the Eastern world into direct confrontation. His name was Tigranes the Great. During the 1st century before Christ, Tigranes transformed Armenia into a major regional kingdom. His power expanded southward. He controlled territories in Syria and Mesopotamia, and for a time, Armenia became one of the strongest states between Rome and Parthia. Tigranes was also connected to another ruler who had become one of Rome's most persistent enemies, Mithridates, the 6th of Pontus. Mithridates ruled a kingdom along the Black Sea. For years, he resisted Roman expansion in Asia Minor. He fought several wars against Rome, and he became one of the most famous enemies of the Roman Republic. Tigranes was his son-in-law. So when Rome pursued Mithridates eastward, Armenia was drawn into the conflict. Roman armies eventually invaded Armenian territory. The general Lucullus campaigned deep into the region. Later, another Roman commander took control of the eastern wars, Pompey. Pompey was already one of the most powerful men in Rome. He had won military victories across the Mediterranean. He had defeated pirates, and now he reorganized Rome's eastern territories. Mithridates was eventually defeated. Tigranes submitted to Rome while remaining king of a reduced Armenia, and Roman influence moved closer than ever to the Euphrates. On the other side of that river stood Parthia. For the first time, Rome and the Parthian Empire were now major neighbors. The Euphrates began to emerge as one of the great political boundaries of the ancient world. not an unbreakable border. Armies would cross it many times, but it became a geographical line separating two enormous spheres of influence, Rome to the west, Parthia to the east. At first, war was not inevitable. Roman and Parthian rulers could negotiate. They could recognize spheres of influence. Both had enemies elsewhere, and neither empire necessarily needed to conquer the other. But there was a problem. Rome had developed a political culture in which military conquest could bring extraordinary personal power. Successful Roman generals returned home with wealth, prestige, political supporters, and glory. A great Eastern conquest could transform a man's position inside the Republic. And by the middle of the 1st century before Christ, 3 men dominated Roman politics: Julius Caesar, Pompey, and Marcus Licinius Crassus. Together they formed an informal political alliance that historians often call the First Triumvirate, but they were not equals in reputation. Pompey had achieved spectacular military victories. Caesar was winning fame through his campaigns in Gaul. Crassus possessed enormous wealth, but wealth alone was not enough. Crassus wanted military glory. He had already played an important role in defeating the slave revolt led by Spartacus, but compared with Caesar and Pompey, he lacked the image of a great conqueror. Then he received command in Syria, and beyond Syria lay Parthia. The temptation was enormous. Alexander the Great had conquered Persia. Roman generals had already defeated kingdoms throughout the eastern Mediterranean. Perhaps Crassus believed Parthia could become another conquest, another province, another triumph, another name added to Rome's expanding world. But there was an important difference. Parthia had not attacked Rome. Crassus was not marching east to repel an invasion. He was choosing war. Even in Rome, the campaign was controversial. Yet in 54 before Christ, Crassus crossed the Euphrates. Roman soldiers entered Parthian-controlled territory. Several cities submitted, garrisons were established, and after the campaigning season ended, Crassus returned temporarily to Syria. The following year, he came back, this time with a much larger army. Around him marched thousands of legionaries, Roman cavalry, auxiliary troops, and his son Publius, a young officer who had previously served under Julius Caesar in Gaul. There were different routes Crassus could have taken into the Parthian world. One option would have led through Armenia. King Artavasdes of Armenia reportedly offered Roman support and advised Crassus to march through the Armenian highlands. The terrain there would have made it harder for Parthian cavalry to maneuver freely, but Crassus chose another route. He crossed into the open plains of northern Mesopotamia. The landscape offered little protection. Wide horizons stretched beneath the sun. Water could be difficult to find, and Roman infantry would have to move through terrain perfectly suited to mounted warriors. Still, Crassus continued. The Roman leadership appears to have underestimated what waited ahead. The main Parthian king, Orodes II, did not personally lead the force sent against Crassus. Instead, he turned toward Armenia. The army facing Rome was entrusted to one of the most remarkable commanders in Parthian history, a nobleman remembered by Roman sources as Surena. Surena did not need to match Rome soldier for soldier. He understood the landscape, he understood his cavalry, and most importantly, he understood how to fight the legion without allowing the legion to use its greatest strength. His army included horse archers, thousands of mounted men who could attack from a distance. Alongside them rode heavily armored cavalry, prepared to strike when Roman formations weakened. And behind the horse archers came another important part of the Parthian plan: camels carrying enormous supplies of arrows. The Romans would later discover why this mattered. Normally, an army of archers could eventually run out of ammunition. If the Romans remained disciplined long enough, perhaps the arrow storm would end. Then the legions could advance. But Sirena had prepared for exactly that possibility. Fresh arrows could continually be brought forward. The attack could continue, again, and again, and again. In the spring of 53 before Christ, Crassus and his army moved deeper into Mesopotamia. Dust rose beneath thousands of Roman feet. The soldiers marched beneath their standards. They had defeated armies across the Mediterranean world. They belonged to the most feared military power in the West. And somewhere ahead of them, through the heat and open country, the Parthians were waiting. Near a place remembered as Carrhae, the two worlds would finally collide: Roman heavy infantry against Parthian cavalry, the legion against the horse archer. And before the day was over, Rome would learn that the empire beyond the Euphrates was not another kingdom waiting to be conquered. It was a rival. In the year 53 before Christ, somewhere on the dry plains of northern Mesopotamia, Marcus Licinius Crassus finally saw the enemy he had come east to conquer. At first, the Parthian force may not have appeared overwhelming. Crassus commanded tens of thousands of men. The great majority were Roman legionaries, experienced heavy infantrymen trained to fight in disciplined formations. Around them were auxiliary soldiers, archers, and cavalry. Rome had built an empire with armies like this. Across the plain stood Sirena, the Parthian commander. His army was much smaller than the Roman force, but numbers alone did not tell the story. Sirena had chosen his battlefield carefully, and nearly everything about the landscape favored him: flat ground, open space, few natural obstacles, perfect country for horses. Before the fighting began, the Parthians prepared a display designed to intimidate their opponents. Ancient accounts describe drums sounding across the battlefield. Deep, heavy noises rolled over the plain. Then coverings were removed from the Parthian cavalry. Armor reflected the sunlight. Men and horses appeared protected by metal. What had seemed like a distant mass of riders suddenly revealed itself as something much more formidable. Crassus reorganized his army. Rather than stretch his legions into a long traditional battle line, the Romans formed a large defensive square. Each side faced outward. Cavalry and lighter troops remained protected within or around the formation. The purpose was simple. If the Parthians attempted to surround the army, Roman soldiers would be facing them in every direction. It was a logical defensive decision, but Sirena was not planning to fight the kind of battle the Romans expected. He did not need to break the square immediately. He did not even need to approach closely. The Parthian horse archers began moving around the Roman formation. They rode within range, released their arrows, and moved away. Then they returned, again and again. Roman shields protected much of the body. Armor could stop or reduce some wounds, but the volume of arrows was enormous. from different directions. Projectiles fell into the formation. Soldiers packed closely together found it difficult to escape them. Arrows struck shields, helmets, arms, legs, faces. Horses panicked. Men were wounded without ever reaching the enemy. The Romans attempted to respond. Light infantry and archers could shoot back, but the Parthians simply moved out of effective range. Roman soldiers tried advancing toward them. The horse archers withdrew. When the Romans stopped, the riders returned. This was the problem. The legion was extraordinarily dangerous when it could reach its opponent. But reaching the Parthians was exactly what the Romans could not do. The enemy remained close enough to attack, yet far enough away to avoid Roman swords. The Romans had one reason to remain hopeful. Surely, the Parthians could not continue forever. Thousands of arrows had already been released. Eventually, their quivers would empty, and when that happened, Syria would either have to retreat or finally approach the Roman infantry. Then Roman scouts noticed the camels behind the fighting line. Parthian attendants carried fresh bundles of arrows forward. Empty quivers were replenished. Horse archers returned to the attack. The rain of arrows continued. For the Romans, the realization must have been horrifying. Waiting would not solve the problem. They could not simply endure until the enemy ran out of ammunition. The Parthians had prepared for a long battle. Crassus needed to change the situation, and so he turned to his son, Publius Crassus. Publius was not an inexperienced young nobleman. He had served with Julius Caesar in Gaul. He had participated in hard campaigning, and now he commanded a force that included Roman and allied cavalry, along with infantry and archers. Crassus ordered him to drive the Parthian horsemen away. Publius attacked. For a moment, it seemed to work. The Parthian riders began retreating. The Romans followed. This was exactly what Syria wanted. The pursuing force moved farther and farther away from the main Roman army. Dust obscured the battlefield. The distance between father and son increased, and once Publius had been drawn far enough away, the Parthians stopped retreating. The Roman detachment suddenly found itself isolated. Horse archers turned back toward them. Armored cavalry gathered nearby. The trap closed. Publius attempted to fight. His cavalry charged, but Roman and Gallic horsemen were at a severe disadvantage against heavily armored Parthian cavalry. The cataphracts carried long lances. Their horses were protected. Their riders wore heavy armor, and when they charged, the impact could shatter lighter cavalry formations. Meanwhile, horse archers continued attacking from a distance. The Romans could neither retreat safely, nor force the Parthians into a simple infantry battle. Men and horses crowded together. Dust rose from beneath them. Arrows continued to fall. Ancient accounts describe Publius eventually being wounded. His force was surrounded. Escape became nearly impossible. Some of his surviving soldiers attempted to hold a defensive position on higher ground, but the Parthians pressed them from every direction. Publius died during the fighting. Ancient sources say that, rather than be captured, he ordered another man to kill him. Whether every detail of that story happened exactly as later Roman writers described it cannot be known with certainty, but the result is clear. The force Crassus had sent forward was destroyed. Back with the main army, Crassus waited. He could no longer see his son. He could hear fighting in the distance. Then the sound began to fade. Soon the Parthians returned. According to Roman accounts, they carried Publius's severed head. They displayed it before the Roman army and shouted insults toward Crassus. For the Roman commander, the battle had now become personal. His son was dead. A large part of his cavalry had been destroyed, and the enemy was still surrounding him. Yet Crassus attempted to steady his soldiers. Roman sources preserve speeches attributed to him, though the exact words were almost certainly shaped by later historians. The message, however, was simple. One man's death, even the commander's own son, could not be allowed to destroy an entire army. The Romans prepared to continue fighting, but Serena now had another weapon ready, the cataphracts. The heavily armored cavalry advanced toward the Roman lines. The legionaries tightened their formations. Long spears projected outward. Shields overlapped. The Romans understood that if the Parthian cavalry entered their formation, the battle could become a massacre. But the combination of cavalry types created an almost impossible problem. If the Romans spread out to reduce the damage from arrows, the cataphracts could charge into the gaps. If they packed closely together to resist cavalry, they became easier targets for horse archers. It was a system designed around movement. The horse archers weakened the enemy. The cataphracts threatened anyone who broke formation. And whenever Roman soldiers attempted to attack, the Parthians could simply withdraw across the open plain. Hour after hour, the battle continued. The summer heat added to the suffering. Men were exhausted. Water was limited. Wounded soldiers remained inside the Roman formation. Some had arrows lodged deep in their bodies. Others could no longer walk. Then, as evening approached, the Parthian attacks slowed. Serena withdrew for the night. The Romans had survived the day, but survival was not victory. Crassus had lost thousands of men. His son was dead. Much of his cavalry was gone, and remaining on the battlefield meant facing the same nightmare again in the morning. There was only one realistic option: retreat. After darkness fell, the Romans began moving toward the nearby city of Carrhae. But retreating an army after such a battle was enormously difficult. Wounded men could not keep pace. Units became separated in the darkness. Officers struggled to maintain order, and the fear of another Parthian attack followed them through the night. Crassus faced a terrible decision. Thousands of wounded soldiers could not move quickly enough. If the entire army remained with them, everyone might be caught the following morning. According to the ancient accounts, many wounded men were left behind. Their cries followed the retreating soldiers into the darkness. When the Parthians returned, those who had been abandoned were killed or captured. Some Roman groups managed to escape more successfully. The officer Gaius Cassius Longinus maintained better control of part of the army. Cassius would later become famous for an entirely different reason. Years after Carrhae, he would become one of the leading conspirators in the assassination of Julius Caesar. But on this night, his problem was simply survival. Cassius and other Roman commanders eventually reached Carrhae. Crassus also arrived. The remnants of the army gathered behind the city's defenses. For a moment, the Romans were safe, but they could not remain there indefinitely. The Parthians controlled the surrounding countryside. Roman Syria lay to the west. Armenia and difficult mountain country lay farther north. Crassus needed to escape before Cyrena completely surrounded Carrhae. Once again, the Romans moved under cover of darkness. Their goal was to reach safer terrain. The hills and mountains would make Parthian cavalry less effective. If the Romans could reach them, a large part of the surviving army might still escape. But the retreat became confused. Guides led different groups along different paths. Ancient writers accused one guide of deliberately misleading Crassus on behalf of the Parthians. Whether this was truly betrayal, or simply later Roman attempts to explain a disastrous retreat, remains uncertain. What is clear is that Crassus failed to reach safety quickly enough. At dawn, his group was still exposed. Cyrena's cavalry approached. The Roman commander now faced another terrible choice: continue fighting with exhausted soldiers, or negotiate. Cyrena offered a meeting. He claimed that peace could be discussed. The Roman soldiers, desperate to escape, reportedly pressured Crassus to accept. Crassus was suspicious. He understood that approaching the Parthian commander could be dangerous, but his own army was close to collapse. And so, Crassus went to meet Cyrena. What happened next is uncertain. Roman sources describe confusion during the negotiations. The Parthians offered Crassus a horse. Arguments followed. Men grabbed weapons. A struggle began. And during the chaos, Crassus was killed. One of the richest men in Rome, a man who had helped dominate the politics of the Republic, had marched east in search of glory. He would never return. Later, Roman writers told dramatic stories about his death. One famous tradition claimed that the Parthians poured molten gold into his mouth, mocking the greed for which Crassus had been famous. It is a powerful story, but it is almost certainly legend rather than reliable history. The actual humiliation required no invention. Crassus was dead, his son was dead, his army had been shattered, and thousands of Roman soldiers were now prisoners of the Parthian Empire. Estimates vary, but perhaps around 20,000 Romans were killed during the campaign, with roughly 10,000 more captured. Only a fraction of the original army returned safely to Roman territory. The Parthians also captured something deeply important to Roman military culture: the legionary standards. Each Roman legion carried standards representing its honor and identity. Among the most important was the eagle. To lose one in battle was disgraceful. At Carrhae, several Roman standards fell into Parthian hands. For decades, their loss remained a symbol of Roman humiliation. Future Roman leaders would repeatedly think about recovering them, not because pieces of metal or cloth had military value, but because empires lived partly through symbols, and Carrhae had given Persia one of the most powerful symbols imaginable. Rome could bleed. Yet Cyrena's victory also contained a strange irony. He returned as one of the greatest military commanders in the Parthian world. He had defeated an army larger than his own. He had killed one of Rome's most powerful men. He had protected the empire from invasion. But success could be dangerous in royal politics. A commander who became too famous could become threatening to a king. Not long after Carrhae, Cyrena was executed on the orders of King Orodes II. The man who had delivered Parthia, one of its greatest victories, disappeared from history almost as quickly as he had entered it. Carrhae did not destroy Rome, and it did not give Parthia permanent control of the Roman East, but it changed the relationship between the two empires. Rome now understood that Persia was not simply another eastern kingdom. The Euphrates was not a doorway waiting to be opened. Beyond it stood a military power capable of annihilating a Roman army. And for Parthia, Carrhae demonstrated that Roman expansion could be stopped. The empire that had defeated Carthage, Greece, Macedonia, and kingdoms across the Mediterranean had reached a frontier where conquest would become far more difficult. But Rome was not finished with Persia. Far from it. The Republic itself was about to descend into civil war. Caesar would cross the Rubicon. Pompey would fall. Crassus's death would help destroy the political balance between Rome's three most powerful men, and eventually, a new generation of Roman leaders would look east again. Julius Caesar himself began preparing for a great campaign against Parthia. He never launched it. He was assassinated in Rome in 44 before Christ. But others would try. Mark Antony would invade the Parthian world. Augustus would seek another solution. And over the following centuries, Roman emperors would repeatedly cross the same frontier where Crassus had failed. Carrhae had taught Rome a lesson, but Rome was an empire that often responded to defeat by returning. Carrhae had been a disaster, but Rome rarely accepted humiliation as permanent. The standards taken from Crassus remained in Parthian hands. Thousands of Roman soldiers had disappeared into captivity, and along the Euphrates, the memory of defeat remained. Yet before Rome could take revenge on Persia, Rome first had to survive itself. The death of Crassus had removed one of the three men who had dominated the Roman Republic. The alliance between Julius Caesar and Pompey soon collapsed. Civil war followed. Pompey was defeated. Caesar became the most powerful man in Rome. And in the final years of his life, he began preparing for something enormous, a campaign against Parthia. Caesar had conquered Gaul. He had defeated Roman armies in civil war. Now Persia offered a final opportunity for glory. Ancient sources describe plans for a vast eastern expedition. Perhaps Caesar intended to avenge Carrhae. Perhaps he imagined an even greater conquest. But Rome would never discover what he might have achieved. On the 15th of March, 44 before Christ, Julius Caesar was assassinated inside Rome. The Parthian campaign died with him, and once again the Roman world descended into civil war. But the Parthians were watching. They understood that Rome was divided, and they decided to move west. In 40 before Christ, Parthian forces crossed into Roman territory. They were aided by a Roman rebel named Quintus Labienus, the son of one of Caesar's former commanders. Labienus had taken refuge with the Parthians after fighting against Caesar's successors. Now he returned, with Persian cavalry behind him. The invasion was remarkably successful. Roman defenses in the east were weakened by civil war. Parthian armies entered Syria. They pushed into parts of Asia Minor. And another Parthian force advanced south into Judea. For a brief moment, the empire that had destroyed Crassus's army seemed capable of pushing Rome entirely out of much of the eastern Mediterranean. But Rome recovered. A Roman commander named Publius Ventidius Bassus was sent east. His story was unusual. According to later traditions, Ventidius had once been taken to Rome as a captive child after his people were defeated in Italy. Now, he commanded Roman armies against Persia. And unlike Crassus, Ventidius understood the danger of Parthian cavalry. He avoided rushing onto terrain that favored the enemy. He used higher ground. He forced the Parthians into positions where Roman infantry could fight more effectively. In a series of battles, the Roman forces pushed the invaders back. Labienus was defeated and killed. Parthian armies withdrew from Roman territory. Then, in 38 before Christ, a major Parthian force crossed the Euphrates again. It was commanded by Pacorus, the son of the Parthian king. Ventidius waited. The Parthians advanced, and near Mount Gindrus in northern Syria, the Romans struck. Pacorus was killed. The Parthian army was defeated, and the invasion collapsed. Rome had finally answered Carrhae, not by conquering Persia, but by proving that Parthian armies could also be destroyed. The balance between the two powers was beginning to take shape. Rome could win. Parthia could win. But neither could easily eliminate the other. One Roman leader still wanted something greater: Mark Antony. After Caesar's death, Antony had become one of the most powerful men in the Roman world. He controlled much of Rome's eastern territory, and in 36 before Christ, he launched a massive invasion of the Parthian sphere. Antony had studied Crassus's failure. He knew that marching directly across the open Mesopotamian plains could be dangerous. So he chose a northern route. His army moved through Armenia towards the kingdom of Media Atropatene. The Roman force was enormous. Tens of thousands of soldiers, legions, cavalry, allied troops, and a huge siege train carrying heavy equipment. Antony hoped to capture fortified cities. force the enemy into submission, and perhaps achieve the victory Crassus had failed to obtain. But once again, Persian mobility became decisive. The Roman army moved faster than its heavy siege equipment. The baggage and siege train fell behind. Parthian cavalry found it, attacked it, and destroyed much of it. Without the equipment needed to take strong fortifications, Antony's campaign began to unravel. The Romans attempted a siege. It failed. Supplies became scarce. The weather worsened, and Parthian cavalry continued harassing the army. Eventually, Antony ordered a retreat. The withdrawal became a struggle for survival. Parthian riders repeatedly attacked the columns. Roman soldiers learned to move in defensive formations. They protected one another behind shields. They resisted cavalry charges, and unlike Crassus's army, they managed to remain organized enough to escape complete destruction. But the cost was enormous. Thousands died, some in battle, some from hunger, some from exhaustion, and others from the cold as the army struggled back through difficult terrain. Antony survived. His army survived. But his dream of conquering Parthia had failed. Within a few years, Antony himself would disappear. His conflict with Octavian, the future Augustus, ended at the Battle of Actium in 31 before Christ. Antony and Cleopatra were defeated. Both died the following year, and Octavian emerged as the undisputed master of Rome. The Roman Republic was effectively over. A new political order had begun. Octavian became Augustus, Rome's first emperor. Augustus inherited the Parthian problem, but unlike Crassus or Antony, he did not immediately seek a grand invasion. He chose diplomacy. And in 20 before Christ, he achieved something Rome had wanted for more than 3 decades. The Parthians returned the standards captured from Crassus. No great battle had been fought. No Roman army had conquered Ctesiphon. The standards were recovered through negotiation. But Augustus presented the event as a triumph. Roman art celebrated their return. Coins commemorated it. And decades after Carrhae, Rome could finally claim that the shame of the lost standards had been erased. It was a revealing moment. Sometimes prestige mattered almost as much as territory. Rome had regained its symbols. Parthia had avoided invasion. And for a time, both empires could accept the arrangement. But the deeper struggle had not disappeared. Between Rome and Persia stood Armenia again. Armenia was not simply a small kingdom caught between larger neighbors. Its geography made it strategically essential. From the Armenian highlands, routes led toward Anatolia, the Caucasus, northern Mesopotamia, and Iran. A friendly Armenian king could protect an empire's frontier. A hostile one could expose it. So Rome and Parthia repeatedly competed over who would influence the Armenian throne. Sometimes Rome installed a ruler. Sometimes Parthia supported another. Sometimes Armenian nobles themselves rejected both. This created a pattern that would continue for centuries. The two empires did not always need to invade each other's heartlands. They could compete through neighboring kingdoms, through royal families, through diplomacy, and through local wars. During the 1st century after Christ, the Armenian question became particularly dangerous. A Parthian prince named Tiridates was placed on the Armenian throne. Rome objected. The Emperor Nero sent forces east, and one of Rome's most capable commanders, Gnaeus Domitius Corbulo, was given responsibility for the war. Corbulo reorganized the Roman armies of the east. He restored discipline. He trained his soldiers. Then he moved into Armenia. Roman forces captured important cities, including Artaxata. For a time, Rome appeared to have regained control. But another Roman army later suffered a humiliating defeat near Rhandaea. The conflict could easily have escalated. Instead, Rome and Parthia negotiated. The final arrangement was a compromise. Tiridates, a member of the Parthian royal family, would remain king of Armenia, but he would receive his crown from the Roman emperor. It was an elegant political solution. Parthia gained a friendly dynasty. Rome gained the symbolic claim that the Armenian king ruled with Roman approval. Neither side had everything it wanted. Neither side had to continue the war. Tiridates traveled all the way to Rome. There, before Nero, he received his crown. For a moment, the ancient rivalry had been managed not through conquest, but through ceremony. That peace would not last forever, because more than 40 years later, Rome gained an emperor with far greater ambitions in the east, Trajan. Trajan became emperor in the year 98. Under him, the Roman Empire reached the greatest territorial extent of its history. He had already conquered Dacia, north of the Danube. The victory brought Rome enormous wealth, new territory, and military prestige. Then his attention turned east. Once again, Armenia became the immediate cause. A dispute over the Armenian throne gave Trajan the opportunity to intervene, but his campaign would go far beyond Armenia. In the year 113, Trajan began moving east. The following year, Roman armies entered Armenia. The kingdom was annexed. The emperor continued south. Mesopotamian cities fell. Roman forces crossed rivers that had once marked the limits of imperial ambition, and unlike Crassus or Antony, Trajan kept advancing. In 116, Roman forces captured Ctesiphon, the Parthian royal capital on the Tigris. It was an extraordinary achievement. The empire that had destroyed Crassus, that had stopped Antony, now watched Roman soldiers enter one of its greatest cities. Trajan continued farther south. Ancient sources describe him reaching the Persian Gulf. Standing near the waters at the southern edge of Mesopotamia, the aging emperor is said to have looked toward the east. Some traditions claim he regretted being too old to continue toward India, following the path of Alexander the Great. Whether Trajan truly said this is uncertain, but the story captures the scale of his ambition. For a moment, Rome seemed closer than ever to breaking the old frontier. Trajan created new provinces, Armenia, Mesopotamia, and territories associated with Assyria. Maps of the Roman Empire under Trajan would later show Roman authority extending deep into lands that had once belonged to Parthia. But maps can hide reality. Conquering a territory is one thing. Holding it is another. Revolts began breaking out behind the Roman advance. Cities rebelled. Local resistance increased. Parthian forces reorganized. Roman troops were required across enormous distances. And elsewhere in the empire, major revolts demanded attention. Trajan's eastern conquest was becoming impossible to stabilize quickly. Then, in 117, the emperor died. His successor was Hadrian, and Hadrian made a very different decision. he abandoned much of Trajan's eastern conquest. Rome withdrew from territories east of the Euphrates. Armenia's status changed again. The dream of permanently annexing the Parthian heartland was put aside. Trajan had shown that Roman armies could reach Ctesiphon, but he had also demonstrated the deeper problem. Even when Rome won, the distance, the geography, the rebellions, and the enormous cost of occupation made permanent conquest extraordinarily difficult. Still, a dangerous precedent had been created. Roman emperors now knew something. Ctesiphon could be reached. And once an imperial capital has been captured once, future emperors begin to imagine capturing it again. In the 2nd century, war returned. Under the emperors Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus, Parthian forces invaded Armenia and Syria. Rome responded. Roman armies again pushed east. The campaign was commanded largely by experienced generals serving under Lucius Verus. Roman forces recovered Armenia. They entered Mesopotamia. Seleucia was attacked. And once again, Ctesiphon fell to Roman troops. But the victorious army carried something terrible back west: disease. A devastating epidemic spread across the Roman Empire. It is often called the Antonine Plague. Its exact disease remains debated, but its consequences were severe. Cities lost inhabitants. Military manpower suffered. Trade was disrupted, and the epidemic continued in waves for years. Rome had defeated Parthia on the battlefield, but victory had brought another kind of enemy home. Then, near the end of the 2nd century, another Roman emperor marched east, Septimius Severus. Severus had risen during another period of Roman civil war. Like many emperors, he needed military victories to strengthen his rule, and Parthia once again offered the opportunity. Roman armies entered Mesopotamia, and around the year 197, Ctesiphon was captured yet again. The city was plundered. Large numbers of inhabitants were reportedly taken captive. By now, a strange pattern had emerged. Rome could invade. Rome could win major battles. Rome could even capture the Parthian capital, but the Parthian Empire continued to exist. The Romans could not transform temporary victories into permanent control of Persia. And Parthia, despite surviving repeated invasions, could not permanently drive Rome from Syria or Anatolia. For almost 3 centuries, the frontier moved, but the basic balance remained: Rome in the west, Parthia in the east, Armenia between them, Mesopotamia contested. It might have continued like this for centuries more, but inside Persia, the Parthian system was weakening. Royal succession disputes became frequent. Noble families retained enormous power. Different kings competed for authority. And in the southern region of Persis, the ancient heartland from which the Achaemenid kings had once emerged, a new family was rising. Its leader was named Ardashir. He would not simply become another Parthian king. He would destroy the dynasty that had ruled Persia for nearly 5 centuries. And the empire he created would be more centralized, more aggressive, and in many ways, more dangerous to Rome. The Parthian era was ending. A new Persian empire was about to begin. For almost 500 years, the Parthian kings had ruled much of Iran and Mesopotamia. They had defeated Crassus, stopped Roman invasions, lost Ctesiphon, and taken it back, again and again. But by the beginning of the 3rd century, the Parthian Empire was weakening from within. Rival kings competed for the throne. Powerful noble families controlled large regions, and repeated wars with Rome had placed enormous pressure on the western provinces. Far to the south, in the ancient Persian homeland of Persis, a local dynasty was growing stronger. This was the region from which the old Achaemenid kings had once emerged, the land associated with Cyrus, Darius, and the first great Persian Empire. And from this region came a ruler named Ardashir. Ardashir was the son of Papak, a local ruler who had expanded his family's power in Persis. But Ardashir wanted far more than a small kingdom. He began defeating neighboring rulers, taking fortresses, absorbing territories, and challenging the authority of the Parthian king himself. The final confrontation came in the year 224. Ardashir's forces met the army of the Parthian king Artabanus IV. The battle took place at Hormozgan. Artabanus was killed, and with his death, the political order that had ruled Persia for centuries began to collapse. 2 years later, Ardashir was crowned King of Kings, Shahanshah, the traditional imperial title of Persia. A new dynasty had begun, the Sasanians. This was more than simply one Persian family replacing another. The The new rulers presented themselves differently. They looked back toward older Persian imperial traditions. Their royal inscriptions emphasized centralized kingship. Their art portrayed the monarch receiving authority beneath divine symbols. And the state developed a stronger relationship with Zoroastrian religious institutions. Zoroastrianism had existed in the Iranian world for centuries. Its traditions centered around the teachings associated with Zarathustra, or Zoroaster. Fire temples held an important place in religious practice. Priests preserved rituals and sacred traditions, and concepts of truth, order, good, evil, judgment, and cosmic struggle formed part of the religion's worldview. The Sasanians did not create Zoroastrianism, and the Persian population was never religiously uniform. Christians, Jews, local cults, and later other religious communities also lived within the empire. But under the Sasanians, Zoroastrian institutions became more closely connected with royal power. The king defended the empire. The priesthood defended sacred order. And together, they helped shape a new vision of Persian kingship. This new empire was also more centralized than the Parthian system had often been. The great noble families remained powerful. They could not simply be ignored. But the Sasanian monarchy attempted to control provincial administration more directly. Royal officials represented the crown. Taxes supported the state. Fortifications guarded vulnerable frontiers. And the army became one of the most formidable military forces of late antiquity. Rome noticed the change almost immediately. The Parthians had been dangerous. The Sasanians would be something else. Ardashir did not see the Roman frontier as fixed forever. Persian royal ideology looked back toward lands that had once belonged to earlier Iranian empires. Roman territories in Armenia, Mesopotamia, and perhaps farther west could therefore be presented not simply as foreign lands, but as territory Persia had historical claims upon. Whether Ardashir truly intended to recreate the enormous empire of the Achaemenids is difficult to know, but his campaigns made one thing obvious. Persia was becoming more aggressive. Sasanian forces pushed into Mesopotamia. Roman frontier cities came under pressure. The strategic fortress of Hatra, which had resisted previous Roman attacks, eventually fell to the Persians. Rome responded. The Emperor Alexander Severus launched an eastern campaign in the early 230s. Roman forces advanced on several fronts. The exact outcome is difficult to reconstruct because Roman and Persian traditions presented the campaign differently. Neither empire achieved a permanent decisive victory, but the message was already clear. The old Roman-Parthian rivalry had not ended. It had been reborn under a stronger Persian dynasty. Then Ardashir died, and the throne passed to his son, Shapur I. Shapur would become one of the greatest kings of the Sasanian Empire and one of the most dangerous enemies Rome had ever faced. He inherited a powerful kingdom, a disciplined military aristocracy, armored cavalry, horse archers, fortified cities, and an imperial ideology confident enough to challenge Rome directly. The Roman world Shapur faced was entering one of the most unstable periods in its history. The 3rd century became an age of repeated crisis. Emperors rose quickly. Many were assassinated. Army commanders declared themselves rulers. Civil wars erupted. Germanic peoples crossed Roman frontiers. Economic pressure increased. And disease had weakened communities across the empire. To Persia, Roman instability was an opportunity. In the early 200s and 40s, Shapur's armies fought Roman forces in Mesopotamia. The Roman Emperor Julian III personally traveled east. He was young, perhaps only 19 years old, but he marched with a large army and experienced commanders. At first, the Romans achieved successes. They recovered territory. They advanced deeper into Mesopotamia, and once again, Ctesiphon appeared to be within reach. Then something went wrong. Near the Persian city of Misish, the Roman campaign collapsed. Persian inscriptions later claimed a major victory. Julian died during the campaign. Exactly how he died remains uncertain. Roman traditions offered different explanations. Some suggested he was killed by his own soldiers. Others connected his death directly to the fighting. But the political result was clear. A new Roman emperor, Philip the Arab, needed peace. Philip negotiated with Shapur. Rome withdrew. Money was paid, and Persian prestige grew. Shapur had defeated one Roman emperor, but his greatest victory was still ahead. During the following years, Persian armies pushed west again. Syria became one of the main targets. This was enormously important. Syria was not some distant frontier province. It contained wealthy cities, major trade routes, agricultural land, and some of the Roman East's most important urban centers. Among them was Antioch, one of the greatest cities of the Roman Empire, a massive metropolitan center near the eastern Mediterranean, a place of wealth, administration, trade, and culture. Shapur's forces captured it. The exact sequence of events across these campaigns is difficult to reconstruct. Ancient sources often conflict, but Persian forces penetrated deep into Roman territory. Cities were attacked, populations were displaced, prisoners were taken east. The Sasanians sometimes resettled captured people inside Persia. These prisoners included craftsmen, engineers, artists, and skilled workers. Their knowledge could then be used in the Persian Empire itself. This movement of people had long-term consequences. Roman architectural techniques, craft traditions, and technical knowledge could travel east through war. One of the most famous examples associated with this period is the development of major hydraulic and architectural works in southwestern Iran. Traditions connect Roman prisoners with some of these projects, though the exact contribution of captured labor remains debated. War destroyed, but war also moved people, ideas, technologies, and skills across imperial borders. Rome desperately needed stability. Instead, its crisis became worse. Emperors changed rapidly. Military commanders competed for power. Frontiers were attacked from multiple directions. Eventually, the Roman throne came to Valerian. Valerian became emperor in the year 253. He inherited an empire under enormous pressure. To manage the situation, he ruled alongside his son, Gallienus. Valerian focused largely on the east. Gallienus remained responsible for much of the west. It seemed logical. The empire was too large and the crises too numerous for one man to manage alone. But in the east, another catastrophe was approaching. Shapur invaded Roman territory once more. Cities fell. The Persian threat pushed deeper into Syria and Mesopotamia. Valerian gathered an army. He moved toward the frontier, and around the year 260, the two imperial forces met near Edessa. Edessa was an important city in northern Mesopotamia. Its location made it strategically valuable, and now, near its walls, a Roman emperor personally confronted the Persian king. The Roman army was already in difficulty. Ancient sources mention disease affecting the troops. Whatever the exact circumstances, Valerian's position deteriorated rapidly. Then came an event almost without precedent in Roman history. Valerian was captured alive. Not killed in battle, not assassinated by his own troops, captured by the king of Persia. Shapur celebrated the event in monumental inscriptions. One of the most famous surviving Persian accounts proudly states that Valerian, Caesar, and the Roman army were captured. Royal rock reliefs portrayed Shapur as the victorious king. Roman emperors appeared beneath him, one kneeling, another held by the wrist. The message was impossible to misunderstand. Persia had humiliated Rome. Later Roman and Christian writers added dramatic stories about Valerian's captivity. Some claimed Shapur used the emperor as a human footstool when mounting his horse. Others claimed Valerian was eventually killed, his body skinned, and the skin displayed. These stories became famous, but their reliability is doubtful. They were written by authors hostile to the Persian king, sometimes many years after the event. What happened to Valerian after his capture cannot be reconstructed with certainty, but he never returned to Rome. And that alone was catastrophic. The ruler of the Roman world, the man who commanded the legions, had disappeared into Persian captivity. Shapur followed the victory with further attacks. Persian forces moved into Syria and Anatolia. Cities were plundered, prisoners were taken. For a moment, the Roman East appeared almost defenseless. But once again, Persia discovered the same problem Rome had faced many times before. Winning a great campaign was easier than permanently controlling distant territory. Local Roman forces reorganized, and in the Syrian desert, another power began to rise: Palmyra. Palmyra was a wealthy caravan city. It stood between the Roman Mediterranean world and the trade routes leading east. Its merchants had grown rich, connecting distant markets. Now its ruler, Odaenathus, became one of the most important figures in the struggle against Persia. Odaenathus remained formally loyal to Rome, but Rome was weak. So he raised forces of his own. He attacked the Persians, recovered territory, and pushed deep into Mesopotamia. his armies reportedly reached the walls of Ctesiphon. The city was not permanently captured, but Shapur's western expansion had been checked. Once again, the frontier stabilized. Yet Rome's problems continued. After Odaenathus was assassinated, power in Palmyra eventually passed into the hands of Queen Zenobia. Zenobia created something remarkable. Palmyrene forces took control of Syria, Egypt, and parts of Asia Minor. For a brief period, a new empire appeared between Rome and Persia. But the Roman Emperor Aurelian eventually moved east. Zenobia was defeated, Palmyra's independence ended, and Rome restored control over much of the region. The 3rd century crisis slowly began to ease, but the political world had changed. Rome had survived. Persia had survived. And the Sasanians had proven they could do something the Parthians had never achieved on quite the same scale. They had captured a Roman emperor alive. Still, Shapur's victory did not give Persia permanent supremacy. He died around the year 270. The rulers who followed him faced their own internal struggles. Sasanian kings competed with powerful noble families. Succession could be violent. Some rulers lasted only a short time. And Rome, after decades of chaos, began rebuilding its strength. By the end of the 3rd century, the Roman Emperor Diocletian introduced sweeping reforms. The army was reorganized, taxation was restructured, imperial administration expanded, and instead of relying on one emperor alone, power was divided among several rulers. This system became known as the Tetrarchy: 2 senior emperors, 2 junior emperors, different rulers responsible for different regions. The system would not last permanently, but it helped restore stability at a moment when Rome desperately needed it. And with Rome recovering, war with Persia returned. In the 290s, the Sasanian king Carrhae invaded Armenia and moved against Roman interests. At first, the Persians achieved success. A Roman army under Galerius was defeated. The defeat was humiliating. According to later traditions, Galerius was publicly shamed by Diocletian for his failure. But Galerius returned. This time, he chose the terrain more carefully. He moved through Armenia, where the mountains restricted the mobility of Persian cavalry. The Romans surprised the Persian camp. A major victory followed. Members of the Sasanian royal household were captured. The Persian king was forced to negotiate. The resulting peace strongly favored Rome. Roman influence in Armenia increased. Territorial arrangements shifted eastward, and for a time, Rome held one of its strongest positions against Persia in centuries. But something even larger was changing inside the Roman Empire, something that would eventually transform the rivalry itself. A religion that had begun as a small movement within Roman Judea had spread across cities, provinces, languages, and social classes. Christianity. At first, Christians had often faced suspicion and persecution from Roman authorities. But in the early 4th century, an emperor named Constantine changed the relationship between Christianity and imperial power. Constantine defeated his rivals, reunified much of the Roman world, supported Christianity, and founded a new imperial capital on the Bosporus. Constantinople. The Roman Empire was changing. Its political center was moving east. Its religious identity was transforming. And across the frontier, the Sasanian Empire remained closely associated with Zoroastrian royal authority. The rivalry between Rome and Persia would no longer be only about territory. Armenia, Mesopotamia, trade routes, and fortresses would still matter. But religion was now entering the imperial struggle in a new way. Christians lived inside Persia. Zoroastrians lived under Persian rule. Armenia was moving toward Christianity, and both empires increasingly saw religious communities through the lens of security and loyalty. Rome and Persia had already fought for centuries, but the next stage of their rivalry would become even deeper. Empire, religion, and identity were about to collide. For centuries, Rome and Persia had fought over land, cities, trade routes, fortresses, and kings. But during the 4th century, something new entered their rivalry: religion. The Roman Empire had always contained many religions. Traditional Roman gods were worshipped beside Greek gods. Local cults survived across the provinces. Egyptians maintained ancient religious traditions. Syrians worshipped their own deities. Jewish communities existed throughout the empire, and beginning in the 1st century, Christianity slowly spread through Roman cities. At first, Christians were a small minority. They had no armies, no empire, no royal court, and during several periods, Roman authorities persecuted them. Some emperors considered Christians suspicious because they refused to participate fully in traditional Roman religious rituals. Others largely ignored them. The intensity of persecution changed from one reign and one region to another. Then came Constantine. Constantine emerged from the civil wars that followed the system created by Diocletian. In the year 312, he fought one of his most famous battles near Rome, the Battle of the Milvian Bridge. Later Christian writers connected Constantine's victory with a religious experience. According to these traditions, Constantine saw a heavenly sign associated with the Christian god before the battle. Exactly what Constantine experienced and how quickly his personal beliefs developed remain subjects of historical debate. But what happened politically is much clearer. Constantine began openly supporting Christianity. Christian churches received imperial favor. Confiscated property was restored. Christian bishops gained greater influence. And the emperor increasingly presented the Christian god as connected with his victories and rule. In 313, Constantine and his imperial colleague Licinius established a policy of religious toleration associated with the agreement traditionally called the Edict of Milan. Christianity was no longer an illegal or persecuted religion of the Roman state. The consequences would be enormous, because Rome was not simply another kingdom. It was one of the two great powers of Western Asia, and millions of people lived beyond its eastern frontier, inside Persia. Among them were Christians. Christianity had already reached Mesopotamia and Persian-controlled territories before Constantine. Churches existed in cities east of the Roman frontier. Christian communities spoke languages such as Syriac. Bishops led congregations. Merchants, travelers, missionaries, and displaced populations helped religious ideas move across borders. So, when Rome became increasingly Christian, the Persian kings faced a new political question. What did it mean when subjects inside Persia practiced the same religion now favored by the Emperor of Rome? This question did not immediately make every Persian Christian an enemy of the state. Christian communities had existed in the region for generations, and relations between the Sasanian monarchy and Christians changed repeatedly over time. But the political situation had become more complicated. If the Roman emperor presented himself as a protector of Christians, could Persian rulers completely separate religion from imperial loyalty? The answer would become increasingly important whenever Rome and Persia went to war. Across Persia, another ancient religion occupied a very different position: Zoroastrianism. Its traditions stretched far back into Iranian history. The religion was associated with the prophet Zarathustra, known in Greek tradition as Zoroaster. At the center of its worldview stood ideas of truth and falsehood, order and chaos, good and evil. Sacred fire played an important role in ritual life, and priests preserved religious practices that had developed across generations. Under the Sasanians, Zoroastrian institutions became closely associated with the monarchy. Kings presented themselves as defenders of proper religious order. Fire temples received royal support. Powerful priests could influence political life. And royal inscriptions openly connected the Sasanian dynasty with the divine order of the Iranian world. But Persia was never inhabited only by Zoroastrians. Large Jewish communities lived in Mesopotamia. Christians lived across several provinces. Different local traditions survived, and new religious movements also appeared. One of the most remarkable was founded by a Persian religious teacher named Mani during the 3rd century. Mani created a universal religion drawing elements from several older traditions. His followers spread across enormous distances. Eventually, Manichaean communities could be found from the Roman world, all the way towards Central Asia and China. For a time, Mani received protection from the Persian king Shapur I, but later, under another Sasanian ruler, he was imprisoned and died. His followers would face persecution in both Persia and Rome. The two empires were therefore not simply divided into one Christian civilization and one Zoroastrian civilization. Reality was far more complicated. People, languages, religions, and families crossed the frontier constantly. Roman merchants entered Persian territory. Persian merchants traveled west. Prisoners captured in war settled inside enemy lands. Christians lived beneath Persian kings. Zoroastrian communities existed near Roman territory, and Jewish populations lived under both empires. The frontier separated governments. It did not completely separate civilizations. Nowhere was this more obvious than Armenia. For centuries, Armenia had stood between Rome and Persia. Its royal families had deep connections with the Iranian world. Its aristocracy preserved traditions influenced by Persia. Its geography tied it to the Caucasus, Anatolia, Mesopotamia, and Iran. But early in the 4th century, Armenia underwent a transformation. Christianity became associated with the Armenian monarchy under King Tiridates IV. The exact date is debated, but the conversion occurred early in the 4th century, and Armenia became the earliest kingdom traditionally associated with adopting Christianity at the state level. Armenian Christian tradition places a man named Gregory the Illuminator at the center of the story. According to later accounts, Gregory suffered imprisonment before eventually converting King Tiridates. The king then supported the spread of Christianity throughout Armenia. Churches replaced or absorbed older sacred sites. A Christian clergy developed, and Armenia increasingly became linked religiously with the Christian communities of the Roman world. This did not erase Armenia's Iranian heritage. Persian influence remained deeply embedded in Armenian aristocratic culture, language, and older religious traditions. But politically, the conversion mattered. Imagine the situation from the Persian court, one of the most strategically important kingdoms on the western frontier. A kingdom long connected to Iran was now becoming Christian. And at almost the same time, the Roman emperor was becoming Christianity's most powerful political supporter. Religion and geopolitics were beginning to overlap. If Rome supported one Armenian ruler, Persia might support another. If Christian Armenian nobles looked toward Constantinople, other Armenian families might remain more closely aligned with Persia. The old struggle over kings and territory could now acquire a religious dimension as well. Constantine understood the importance of Christians beyond Roman territory. A surviving letter traditionally attributed to him addresses the Persian king Shapur II and expresses concern for Christians living under Persian rule. Historians continue to debate aspects of its context and interpretation, but its existence reflects a new reality. The Roman emperor could now speak about Christians living inside Persia as people whose welfare mattered to him. To a Sasanian king, that could sound dangerous. Because Christianity was no longer simply a religion practiced by scattered communities. It now had an emperor behind it. Meanwhile, Constantine's ambitions extended beyond religion. He transformed the political geography of the Roman world. on the site of the ancient Greek city of Byzantium, he created a new imperial capital, Constantinople. Its location was extraordinary. The city stood beside the Bosporus, the narrow waterway linking the Black Sea with the Mediterranean world. From Constantinople, an emperor could look east toward Anatolia, north toward the Danube, south toward the Mediterranean, and ultimately toward Persia. Rome remained the ancient symbolic heart of the empire, but increasingly the political center of Roman power was moving east. This mattered enormously for Persia. The empire confronting the Sasanians was becoming less centered on distant Italy and more centered on the wealthy eastern Mediterranean. Anatolia, Syria, Egypt, Palestine, Mesopotamia. These were now among the most important lands of the Roman state, and they stood much closer to the Persian frontier. Constantine did not live long enough to oversee the next great Roman-Persian war. He died in 337. But by the time of his death, the balance between the empires had changed. Rome had recovered from the great crisis of the 3rd century. Its administration had been reorganized. Its armies had been rebuilt. A new capital had risen, and Christianity was moving toward the center of imperial life. Persia, meanwhile, was ruled by a king who had come to the throne under extraordinary circumstances, Shapur II. According to later tradition, Shapur had been declared king before he was born. Whatever the truth of that famous story, his reign would become one of the longest in Sasanian history. And he had inherited an empire that had not forgotten the settlement imposed upon Persia by Rome decades earlier. Important territories remained disputed. Nisibis stood under Roman control. Armenia remained contested, and the Sasanian court wanted to recover its position in Mesopotamia. War was coming. But this time, the conflict would unfold in a world very different from the age of Crassus. The Roman emperor ruled beneath Christian symbols. The Persian king stood at the head of a state closely associated with Zoroastrian tradition, and between them, Armenia had become Christian as well. The ancient rivalry had gained a new layer. Not a simple holy war, not Christianity against Zoroastrianism alone, but an older imperial struggle, now shaped by religion, identity, and fears about loyalty on both sides of the frontier. And under Shapur II, that struggle would erupt again. By the beginning of the 4th century, Rome and Persia had already been enemies for hundreds of years. Kings had fallen, emperors had been captured, capitals had been invaded, and yet the frontier remained. But the world around that frontier was changing. Rome was becoming Christian. Constantinople was rising. Armenia had adopted Christianity, and inside Persia, the Sasanian monarchy was entering one of the longest reigns in its history. The king was Shapur II. According to later Persian tradition, Shapur became king before he was even born. His father had died. The kingdom needed an heir, and the royal court supposedly placed the crown upon the stomach of his pregnant mother, declaring the unborn child king. The story may contain legend, but Shapur's extraordinary reign is historical. He ruled for roughly 70 years, from 309 until 379, longer than almost any other Sasanian monarch. During the early years of his reign, Persia faced pressure from several directions. Arab groups raided the southern provinces. Nomadic peoples threatened eastern territories. Powerful nobles had grown accustomed to ruling during the king's childhood. When Shapur reached adulthood, he began reasserting royal authority. Campaigns were launched, frontiers were strengthened, and attention eventually returned toward the west, toward Rome. The peace established decades earlier under Diocletian had favored the Romans. Rome controlled important positions in northern Mesopotamia. Its influence in Armenia was strong, and strategically important cities stood within the Roman defensive system. Shapur wanted to reverse that settlement. One city mattered more than almost any other: Nisibis. Nisibis stood near the frontier between the two empires. It controlled routes connecting Mesopotamia, Armenia, and Syria. Its walls were strong, its location was valuable, and whoever held Nisibis possessed one of the most important gateways in the region. For Persia, it was an obvious target. For Rome, it had to be defended. War intensified during the reign of the Roman Emperor Constantius II, the son of Constantine the Great. Unlike his father, Constantius spent much of his reign dealing directly with the Persian threat. Shapur's armies entered Roman territory. Fortresses were attacked. Cities were besieged. Cavalry moved across the plains, and throughout the middle decades of the 4th century, the two empires fought a long, exhausting, often indecisive war. Shapur repeatedly attempted to capture Nisibis. The city resisted. Ancient accounts describe enormous Persian siege operations, earthworks, siege engines, archers, assaults against the walls. And during one famous siege, the Persians reportedly attempted to use water itself as a weapon. The river near Nisibis was dammed. Water accumulated. Then it was released against the fortifications. Sections of the walls were damaged. For a moment, the Persians may have believed the city was about to fall, but the defenders repaired the damage. Roman soldiers, local inhabitants, and the city's Christian population maintained the defenses. Nisibis survived again. The repeated failures were costly, but Shapur did not abandon his ambitions. The Persian king understood that Rome itself was divided by internal politics. Civil wars still occurred. Emperors competed for power, and the eastern frontier could become vulnerable whenever Roman armies were required elsewhere. At the same time, religion added another layer of tension. Armenia had become one of the earliest kingdoms to officially adopt Christianity. Its ruling elite increasingly looked toward the Christian Roman world. For Persia, this was dangerous. Armenia was strategically essential, and now its religious identity appeared connected to Rome. Christians also lived throughout the Sasanian Empire. Some had been there for generations. Others lived in Mesopotamian cities where Christian communities had grown long before Constantine. Before Rome became Christian, their faith did not necessarily make them politically suspicious. But once Roman emperors began presenting themselves as protectors of Christianity, the situation became more complicated. Could Christians inside Persia remain loyal to the Shah, while the rival Roman emperor claimed to defend the same religion? Persian rulers sometimes feared that Christian communities could become politically connected to Rome. Periods of persecution followed, especially during moments of intense conflict. But it would be misleading to describe every Roman-Persian war simply as Christianity against Zoroastrianism. Politics remained central. Territory mattered. Fortresses mattered. Taxes mattered. Armenia mattered. Religion influenced the rivalry. but it did not replace the older strategic struggle. Then, around the middle of the 4th century, new dangers appeared on Persia's eastern frontier. Shapur was forced to turn away from Rome. Central Asian groups threatened Iranian territories. The exact identities of these peoples are difficult to reconstruct from the surviving sources. But Shapur spent years campaigning in the east. Eventually, instead of simply destroying every enemy, he formed alliances with some of them. Among these allies were groups known in Roman sources as the Chionites. Their king, Grumbates, would later accompany Shapur westward. The Persian king had strengthened his eastern position. Now, he returned to the Roman frontier. In 359, Shapur launched one of the greatest campaigns of his reign. His army crossed into Roman Mesopotamia. Persian troops were joined by allied forces. The target was not immediately Nisibis. Instead, Shapur advanced toward the fortified city of Amida. Amida stood behind powerful walls. The Romans had strengthened its defenses. Soldiers crowded into the city. Civilians remained inside, and the Persian army surrounded it. The siege became brutal. Ancient eyewitness accounts describe towers, arrows, siege engines, tunnels, assaults, and counterattacks. One of the most important surviving descriptions comes from Ammianus Marcellinus, a Roman soldier and historian who was actually present during the siege. For modern historians, his account is extraordinarily valuable, but it is still the perspective of a Roman officer. Like all ancient sources, it has to be read carefully. According to Ammianus, the fighting became intensely personal. Persian forces attacked the walls repeatedly. Roman defenders threw missiles down from above. Siege machines were destroyed. New ones were built. The son of the allied king, Grumbates, was reportedly killed early in the siege by a projectile fired from the city. His death increased the determination of the attackers. Day after day, the Persians continued. The siege lasted for more than 2 months. Both sides suffered heavily. Eventually, Persian forces broke through. Amida fell. The capture was a major victory for Shapur, but it had cost him dearly. Thousands of soldiers had been lost. Time had been consumed. And the Roman Empire had gained valuable months to prepare its defenses farther west. This was one of the recurring problems of ancient siege warfare. A fortress could fall, yet still serve its purpose. If an attacker lost too many men, too much time, and too many supplies, the victory itself could weaken the campaign. Still, Rome was shaken. Constantius needed more soldiers in the east, and that created a political problem inside the empire. In the western provinces, a younger relative of Constantius had been given command. His name was Julian. Julian had achieved important victories against Germanic peoples along the Rhine. His soldiers respected him, and when Constantius ordered some of Julian's troops transferred east against Persia, they rebelled. The soldiers proclaimed Julian emperor. Once again, Rome stood on the edge of civil war. Julian moved east. Constantius prepared to confront him. But before the two Roman armies met, Constantius became ill. He died in 361. Julian became the sole Roman emperor. He was unlike the emperors who had ruled immediately before him. Julian had been raised within the Christian imperial family. But as an adult, he rejected Christianity. He embraced traditional Greco-Roman religion, philosophy, and sacrifice. Later, Christian writers called him Julian the Apostate. He attempted to reduce some of Christianity's privileged position and revive older religious traditions. His reign lasted less than 2 years. Yet during that short period, he launched one of Rome's most ambitious invasions of Persia. Why? Partly prestige, partly strategy, partly the old Roman desire to defeat the empire across the Euphrates, and perhaps partly Julian's wish to strengthen his legitimacy through a spectacular military victory. Alexander the Great remained an almost impossible model for ambitious rulers. Roman emperors had repeatedly dreamed of matching him. Crassus had tried. Trajan had tried. Caracalla had dreamed of it. Now Julian looked east. In 363, he assembled a massive army at Antioch. The plan was bold. One Roman force would move through northern Mesopotamia toward Armenia. Julian himself would lead the main army down the Euphrates, deep into Sasanian territory. A large fleet moved alongside the army. Ships carried grain, weapons, siege equipment, and supplies. The Romans crossed the Persian frontier. Cities surrendered. Others resisted. Fortresses were attacked. the army continued south, following the river systems of Mesopotamia. Julian wanted the Persian king to fight him, but Shapur avoided a decisive confrontation. The Persians understood their own country. They could retreat, destroy supplies, burn fields, harass Roman movements, and wait. The farther Julian marched from Roman territory, the more dangerous his position became. Eventually, the Romans approached Ctesiphon again. The Persian capital had been threatened and captured by Roman forces before. Julian hoped to repeat those victories. Near the city, Roman forces crossed water under difficult conditions. Persian troops attempted to stop them. A major battle followed. The Romans won. Persian forces withdrew behind the defences of Ctesiphon. Julian stood outside the heart of the Sasanian Empire, but he faced a problem that earlier emperors knew very well. Ctesiphon was enormous, its defences were strong, and Shapur's main army was still somewhere beyond the city. A long siege could trap the Romans between a fortified capital and a Persian relief army. Julian decided not to attack the city directly. Instead, he chose to continue inland. Then came one of the most controversial decisions of the entire campaign. The Roman fleet was largely destroyed. Julian ordered many of the ships burned. He could not easily drag them away from the rivers. He apparently expected the army to find sufficient supplies as it advanced. But without the fleet, the Romans lost much of their transport capacity. Food became more difficult to carry, and there was no easy river route back. The army moved deeper into Persia. Shapur continued avoiding the decisive battle Julian wanted. Instead, Persian forces used scorched earth tactics. Crops were burned, food was removed, canals were opened or destroyed. The land itself became a weapon. Roman soldiers began to suffer. The summer heat was intense. Supplies were shrinking. The route forward was uncertain, and the army was hundreds of kilometers from friendly territory. Julian finally recognized the danger. He ordered a retreat. Now the Persians attacked more aggressively. Horse archers appeared around the marching army. Cavalry struck exposed units. Roman soldiers formed defensive lines, then marched again. Small battles occurred repeatedly. Not one great decisive clash, but a constant pressure. On the 26th of June, 363, the Roman army was attacked again. Julian rushed toward the fighting. According to ancient accounts, he did not take the time to put on his full armor. During the struggle, a spear struck him. The weapon penetrated his body. Julian was carried from the battlefield. He died later that night. He was 31 years old. Almost immediately, stories appeared about who had killed him. Some Christian writers suggested that a Roman Christian soldier may have thrown the spear. Others blamed the Persians. No one knows with certainty. A famous later Christian tradition placed dramatic final words in Julian's mouth, as though he admitted defeat to Christ. There is no reliable evidence that he actually said them. The reality required no legend. Rome's emperor was dead, inside enemy territory, during a retreat with an army running out of food. The soldiers needed a new emperor immediately. They chose an officer named Jovian. Jovian inherited one of the worst situations imaginable. He had barely become emperor, and already he had to save the army. Shapur understood his advantage. Persian forces followed the retreat. Roman supplies continued to collapse. The army needed to cross rivers and reach friendly territory. Jovian had little choice. He negotiated. The peace terms were painful for Rome. Territories gained decades earlier were surrendered. Several important fortresses passed to Persia, and most painfully of all, Rome gave up Nisibis. The city that had resisted Shapur's sieges. The fortress he had failed to capture by force was now handed to him through diplomacy. Its inhabitants were ordered to leave. Roman citizens, Christians, merchants, families whose lives had been tied to the city, were forced westward. To Roman observers, the treaty was humiliating, but Jovian had saved the army. Without peace, the entire Roman expedition might have been destroyed. Shapur had achieved what decades of warfare had failed to give him. The frontier shifted. Persia gained strategic territory. Nisibis became Sasanian, and Roman influence in Armenia weakened. Julian's invasion had begun with visions of conquest. It ended with Persia stronger. Yet the rivalry did not stop. It simply changed again. Shapur died in 379, after 70 years on the throne, one of the longest reigns in Persian history came to an end. The Roman Empire also entered another period of transformation. Emperors increasingly ruled from the east. Constantinople became more important. And by the end of the 4th century, Christianity had moved from tolerated religion to the dominant faith of the Roman state. Then, in 395, the Emperor Theodosius I died. His 2 sons inherited different halves of the empire. The Western court ruled lands including Italy, Gaul, Spain, and parts of North Africa. The Eastern court ruled the Balkans, Anatolia, Syria, Egypt, and the wealthy provinces facing Persia. The Roman Empire was still understood as one civilization, but politically, East and West were becoming increasingly separate. And the western half was entering deep trouble. Germanic kingdoms formed inside Roman territory. Imperial authority weakened. Rome itself was sacked. Western emperors became increasingly powerless. Until, in 476, the last Western Roman emperor was removed. But Rome did not disappear. In Constantinople, the Eastern Roman Empire remained powerful. Its people still called themselves Romans. Its emperors still claimed Roman authority. Its armies still guarded Roman frontiers. Modern historians would later call this empire Byzantine. But the people living within it did not think they had founded a new civilization. They believed Rome continued. And across the eastern frontier, Persia continued too. For the next 2 centuries, the Roman Empire centered on Constantinople, and the Sasanian Empire centered on Persia, would become the 2 great superpowers of Western Eurasia. Sometimes they would fight, sometimes they would trade, sometimes they would cooperate against common enemies, and sometimes they would pay enormous amounts of gold simply to avoid another war. But neither side could escape the other. By the 6th century, 2 rulers would come to dominate the story. One in Constantinople, one in Persia. Justinian and Khosrow. Their rivalry would bring wealth, ambition, great architecture, plague, and another generation of war. By the beginning of the 6th century, Rome and Persia had been rivals for nearly 600 years. the names of the dynasties had changed. The Roman Republic was gone. The Parthian kings were gone. The Western Roman Empire had collapsed. But the Eastern Roman Empire remained. From Constantinople, Roman emperors still ruled Anatolia, Syria, Palestine, Egypt, and much of the Balkans. Across the frontier, the Sasanian kings still ruled Persia. Their empire stretched from Mesopotamia deep into Iran, toward Central Asia, the Persian Gulf, and the Caucasus. The old struggle had survived almost everything, and now two of the most famous rulers of late antiquity were about to inherit it. In Constantinople, Justinian. In Persia, Khosrow. Justinian became Roman emperor in the year 527. He had risen from relatively humble origins. His uncle Justin had become emperor before him. And Justinian gradually emerged as one of the most powerful men at court. When Justinian finally took the throne, he inherited an empire that was wealthy, organized, and still capable of extraordinary ambition. And Justinian was ambitious, very ambitious. He did not simply want to preserve the Eastern Roman Empire. He wanted to restore Roman power in lands that had been lost in the West. North Africa, Italy, perhaps even parts of Spain. To Justinian, the Roman Empire had not truly ended in the West. Territory had been taken from it, and territory could be taken back. But before he could send armies west, he needed peace in the east, because Persia remained the greatest military threat along Rome's most valuable frontier. And when Justinian became emperor, the two empires were already at war. The conflict had roots in the Caucasus. A small kingdom called Iberia, located in what is now largely Georgia, had come under increasing Persian influence. Its ruler eventually sought Roman support. Once again, a smaller kingdom became the point where the ambitions of two superpowers collided. Roman and Persian forces moved into the region. Fortresses changed hands. Armies gathered along Mesopotamia. And among the Roman commanders who emerged during these campaigns was a young general who would become legendary, Belisarius. Belisarius was still relatively young, but Justinian trusted him with major responsibility on the Persian frontier. In 530, Roman and Persian forces met near the fortified city of Dara. Dara had been built and strengthened by the Romans close to the Persian frontier. Its very existence irritated the Sasanian court. Fortresses like Dara were not simply walls. They were permanent statements of imperial presence. Near the city, Belisarius prepared carefully. The Romans dug trenches in front of their position. These earthworks disrupted cavalry movement, protected parts of the Roman line, and helped control where the Persians could attack. The Persian army contained cavalry, infantry, archers, and elite mounted forces. The Romans also had cavalry and infantry from several different regions of the empire. The battle became intense. Persian cavalry attacked. Roman units responded. Fighting shifted from one side of the battlefield to the other. At a critical moment, Roman cavalry struck the Persian flank. The Persian formation began to break, and eventually the Sasanian army withdrew. Dara was an important Roman victory, but it did not end the war. The following year, Belisarius faced the Persians again near Callinicum, along the Euphrates. This time, the outcome was less favorable. The Roman army suffered heavily. Neither empire gained a decisive long-term advantage. The pattern was familiar. Victory, defeat, negotiation, then war again. Meanwhile, Persia itself was changing rulers. The Sasanian king, Carrhae I, died in 531. His son succeeded him. Khosrow I. Later generations would remember him as Anushirvan, often translated as something like the immortal soul. Persian tradition would eventually portray him as one of the greatest kings of the dynasty, a ruler associated with justice, administrative reform, military strength, and royal authority. Like many idealized images of ancient kings, the later reputation is partly shaped by legend. But Khosrow was undoubtedly one of the most important rulers in Sasanian history. He inherited an empire with serious internal challenges. Large noble families remained powerful. The state needed reliable revenue. The army needed support. And the monarchy needed to maintain control over enormous territories. Khosrow introduced reforms to taxation and administration. Land was surveyed more systematically. Tax obligations became more standardized. Military organization was strengthened. and the empire was divided into major military regions designed to respond more effectively to threats on several frontiers. Persia was becoming more efficient, and Khosrow was not interested in allowing Rome to dominate the relationship. Still, both rulers initially wanted peace. Justinian wanted freedom to campaign in the west. Khosrow needed time to consolidate his throne. So, in 532, Rome and Persia agreed to what became known as the Eternal Peace. The name was optimistic, very optimistic. Rome paid Persia a substantial amount of gold. The payment was connected partly to the shared defense of the Caucasus frontier, where both empires faced threats from peoples beyond their northern borders. Neither side was supposed to attack the other. The frontier stabilized, and Justinian was free to look west. He moved quickly. In 533, Belisarius sailed toward North Africa. His target was the Vandal kingdom. The Vandals had taken Roman Africa during the collapse of Western imperial authority. They controlled Carthage, one of the most important cities in the Mediterranean. Belisarius defeated them with remarkable speed. Within a short period, North Africa returned to Roman rule. Then Justinian turned toward Italy. The Ostrogoths had ruled there since the late 5th century. Rome itself, the ancient city that had given the empire its name, was no longer under Roman imperial control. Justinian wanted it back. Belisarius invaded. Sicily fell. Naples fell. Rome was occupied by imperial forces. The Gothic War became long, destructive, and extraordinarily expensive. But by the late 530s, Roman success in the West was becoming impossible for Persia to ignore. Khosrow saw Justinian rebuilding Roman power. North Africa had been recovered. Italy was under attack. Roman armies were gaining prestige. And there were reports that Gothic leaders, desperate for help against Justinian, encouraged Persia to reopen the Eastern War. Whatever combination of motives finally convinced Khosrow, the eternal peace did not survive. In the year 540, Persian armies crossed into Roman territory. Khosrow personally led the campaign. The Romans were caught at a difficult moment. Many of their best soldiers and commanders were fighting far away in Italy. The east was vulnerable. Persian forces moved through Syria. Cities faced a terrible choice: resist and risk destruction, or pay. Some towns offered gold to persuade Khosrow to move on. Others resisted. Then the Persian army approached one of the greatest cities in the Roman world, Antioch. Antioch had already experienced Persian invasion centuries earlier, but it remained one of the richest and most important cities of the East. Its population was large. Its churches were magnificent. Its streets connected the Mediterranean world with the interior of Syria. Khosrow demanded payment. Negotiations failed. The Persians attacked. Antioch fell. The city was plundered. Buildings burned. Large numbers of inhabitants were taken captive. Then Khosrow did something remarkable. He transported many of those prisoners back into Persia. Near Ctesiphon, a new settlement was created for them. Its name has been translated in forms meaning something like Khosrow's better Antioch. The Persian king was not simply destroying Roman wealth. He was moving Roman people, skills, and urban culture into his own empire. For Justinian, the loss of Antioch was humiliating. His armies were conquering ancient Roman lands in the west, while the Persian king was burning one of his greatest cities in the east. The old strategic problem had returned. Rome could not concentrate everywhere at once. Khosrow continued toward the Mediterranean. Ancient accounts describe him reaching the coast. For a Persian monarch, the sight of the Mediterranean itself carried symbolic power. The army eventually withdrew, but the war continued. Belisarius was recalled from the west. He returned to the eastern frontier, yet once again, neither side could achieve the final victory. Then another region became the center of conflict, Lazica. Located along the eastern Black Sea, in the region of modern western Georgia, Lazica occupied a strategically important corridor through the Caucasus. Its rulers had been aligned with Rome, but concerns over Roman interference pushed the Lazic king toward Persia. Khosrow sent troops. Persian influence expanded. soon. However, the Lazic leadership became dissatisfied with Persian control as well, and they turned back toward Rome. For years, Roman and Persian forces fought across the difficult terrain of the Caucasus, mountain passes, river valleys, fortified cities. The war became expensive, slow, and exhausting. Neither empire could simply walk away. The Caucasus mattered because it provided routes between the Black Sea, the Caspian world, Anatolia, and Iran. Control also helped protect against northern peoples who could descend through mountain passes into imperial territory. So the fighting continued. And then nature intervened. In the year 541, a devastating epidemic appeared in the Mediterranean world. The plague of Justinian. Modern evidence strongly associates the outbreak with the bacterium that causes bubonic plague. The disease spread through ports, trade routes, cities, and armies. Constantinople was struck terribly. Contemporary writers describe enormous numbers of deaths. Bodies accumulated. Normal burial practices struggled to cope. Trade slowed. Tax revenues suffered. Agricultural labor declined. The precise number of people who died across the empire cannot be known. Ancient figures are often exaggerated. But there is little doubt that the pandemic was one of the most severe disasters of late antiquity. Justinian himself became ill. He survived. Many others did not. The plague did not stop at Roman borders. Disease cared nothing for empires. Persian territories were affected as well. For societies already paying for decades of warfare, the epidemic added another enormous burden. Yet the rulers kept fighting. This is one of the striking features of the Roman-Persian rivalry. Even when war produced little permanent territorial change, both states repeatedly returned to it. Partly because strategic interests remained unresolved, partly because prestige mattered, partly because local allies dragged the empires into disputes, and partly because neither ruler wanted to appear weaker than the other. Eventually, negotiations resumed. In 562, Rome and Persia concluded a major treaty. It was intended to last 50 years. The agreement dealt with borders, fortresses, trade, diplomatic relations, and money. Rome agreed to make regular payments to Persia, to Roman critics. These could look like tribute. To Roman officials, they could be presented as contributions towards shared frontier defense. Persia agreed to withdraw from Lazica. Rome retained its influence there. Regulated trading points were established. Diplomatic procedures were defined. And both empires once again attempted to turn an unstable frontier into something predictable. For a moment, peace returned. But even while Rome and Persia competed militarily, they also interacted culturally. Ideas crossed the frontier. Medical knowledge moved. Philosophical works circulated. Merchants traveled. Prisoners carried languages and skills with them. The Sasanian court became famous for supporting learning. The city of Shapur in southwestern Persia developed into an important intellectual and medical center. Greek, Syriac, Persian, and Indian traditions interacted within the broader Sasanian world. Later generations would remember Khosrow, especially as a ruler interested in philosophy and knowledge. A famous episode occurred when Justinian closed or restricted certain pagan philosophical institutions in Athens in 529. A group of philosophers eventually traveled east toward Persia, hoping that Khosrow might offer a more welcoming environment. Their stay did not become permanent. But the episode illustrates something important. Rome and Persia were military rivals, yet each empire could also become a destination for people dissatisfied with the other. There was competition, and there was exchange. Khosrow also looked eastward. The Sasanian Empire did not face only Rome. Beyond Iran lay Central Asian powers whose movements could threaten the entire eastern frontier. Among the most dangerous were the Hephthalites, sometimes called the White Huns. Earlier Sasanian kings had suffered terrible defeats against them. One Persian king, Perros I, had been killed fighting them in the 5th century. For decades, the Hephthalites had influenced Persian politics and demanded payments. Khosrow wanted to end that threat. He found an ally among a new power rising in Central Asia, the Gökturks. Persia and the Turks attacked the Hephthalite world from opposite directions. By the middle of the 6th century, their empire was broken apart. The victory strengthened Persia, but it also created something new. The Turks were now Persia's neighbors. And neighbors could become enemies. Trade routes became especially important. Silk from China moved westward across Central Asia. Merchants carried luxury goods over enormous distances. Control over these roads could bring wealth and diplomatic influence. Rome wanted access to Eastern products. Persia benefited from standing between the Roman and Central Asian worlds. And the Turks wanted a share of the trade. According to later accounts, Byzantine contacts with the Turks developed partly because both had reasons to oppose Persia. Once again, the Roman-Persian struggle extended far beyond the Euphrates. Diplomacy connected Constantinople to peoples hundreds or thousands of kilometers away. Back in the Mediterranean, Justinian's Western wars continued. Rome had regained North Africa. Italy was eventually conquered after years of devastating warfare. Parts of southern Spain came under imperial control. On maps, Justinian's empire looked magnificent. Much of the Mediterranean coastline was Roman again. But the cost had been enormous. Italy was devastated. The plague had reduced populations and revenues. The treasury had financed wars on several fronts. Fortifications had to be maintained. Armies had to be paid. And Persia had never disappeared. Justinian died in 565. He had ruled for almost 40 years. He left behind monumental architecture, most famously Hagia Sophia. He left a major codification of Roman law. He had reconquered territories across the Mediterranean. And he had fought Persia for much of his reign. Khosrow lived longer. He remained king until 579. By the end of his reign, the Sasanian Empire was stronger administratively, more secure on several frontiers, and still fully capable of challenging Rome. But peace had already collapsed again. Only 10 years after the Treaty of 562, war returned. This time, the immediate issue again involved Armenia and the Caucasus. Resistance to Persian religious and political pressure helped trigger rebellion in Persian-controlled Armenia. Rome intervened, and in 572, the two empires entered another war. Khosrow responded aggressively. Persian armies captured the Roman fortress of Dara. The loss shocked Constantinople. The war dragged on. Khosrow died before it ended. His successor continued it. And soon, Persia itself would fall into a dangerous internal crisis. A brilliant Persian general would rebel against his own king. The Sasanian monarch would be driven from his throne. And in one of the strangest reversals in the entire Roman-Persian rivalry, the king of Persia would ask the Roman emperor for help. For centuries, Rome and Persia had fought one another. Now, Rome would restore a Persian king to power. The man who returned to the throne would be called Khosrow II. And years later, he would launch the most devastating Persian invasion Rome had faced in centuries. An invasion that would reach Jerusalem, Egypt, and the very edge of Constantinople's world. Chapter 8: Khosrow II and the Road to the Final Great War. By the end of the 6th century, Rome and Persia had reached another strange moment in their ancient rivalry. They had fought for generations, made peace, broken peace, invaded each other's territory, and negotiated again. But soon, something would happen that almost no one could have expected. A Persian king would lose his throne, flee into Roman territory, and ask the Emperor of Rome to help him become king again. That king was Khosrow II. He was the grandson of Khosrow I, the great Sasanian ruler who had fought Justinian. His father was Hormizd IV, who became king of Persia in 579. Hormizd inherited a difficult empire. The Romans remained dangerous in the west. Central Asian powers threatened Persia from the northeast. The great aristocratic families still possessed enormous influence, and the Sasanian king had to balance all of them. Hormizd attempted to strengthen royal authority, but in doing so, he alienated important members of the Persian elite. Then, one of his greatest generals became his greatest enemy. His name was Bahram Chobin. Bahram belonged to the powerful Mihran family, one of the great aristocratic houses of the Sasanian Empire. He was an experienced military commander, and when Persia faced a major threat from the northeast, Bahram was sent to confront it. He won. Persian forces defeated their enemies. Bahram's reputation grew. His soldiers respected him, and his military success made him one of the most famous men in the empire. But according to the surviving traditions, relations between Bahram and Hormizd deteriorated badly. The king insulted or dishonored the general after a later setback. Bahram rebelled. This was extremely dangerous, because Bahram was not simply a dissatisfied aristocrat. He commanded soldiers, he had prestige, and he belonged to an elite family with deep roots in the Iranian political world. By 590, his rebellion had become a direct challenge to the Sasanian monarchy. Persia began sliding towards civil war. Back at court, Hormizd's enemies moved against him. Members of the aristocracy overthrew the king. He was blinded, and soon afterward, he was killed. His young son was placed on the throne, Khosrow II. But Khosrow had inherited a crown, not control. Bahram continued advancing. His army approached, and the new king realized that he could not defeat the rebellion with the forces available to him. So Khosrow fled. Not east, not into Central Asia, but toward the territory of the empire Persia had fought for centuries. Rome. The young Shahanshah, the king of kings, crossed into Roman territory and appealed to the Emperor Maurice for help. It was an extraordinary reversal. For centuries, Roman emperors had tried to weaken Persian kings. Now a Persian king was asking a Roman emperor to restore him. Maurice faced a major decision. He could allow Persia to remain divided. Perhaps civil war would weaken Rome's greatest rival. Perhaps Bahram would establish his own dynasty. Or Maurice could intervene, restore Khosrow, and gain something Rome had rarely possessed along its eastern frontier: a Persian king who owed his throne partly to Roman support. Maurice chose intervention. Roman troops were placed at Khosrow's disposal. Persian nobles loyal to the Sasanian dynasty joined him, and in 591 the combined forces moved against Bahram. The rebellion collapsed. Bahram was defeated. Khosrow returned to the throne, and the Sasanian dynasty survived. Bahram fled eastward. He eventually died in exile. But his rebellion left a deep mark. For the first time in centuries, a man outside the Sasanian royal house had successfully claimed the Persian throne, even if only briefly. The monarchy had survived, but the power of the great aristocratic families had been revealed. Khosrow now had another problem. He owed Maurice, and emperors rarely helped rival kings for free. The settlement that followed strongly favored Rome. Territory in Armenia and the Caucasus shifted toward Roman control. The frontier moved eastward, and Rome no longer needed to make some of the payments that had previously shaped relations with Persia. For Maurice, it was one of the greatest diplomatic successes Rome had achieved against Persia. He had gained territory without conquering Ctesiphon, and instead of an enemy king, he now had a ruler in Persia who had been restored with Roman assistance. For more than a decade, the eastern frontier became unusually peaceful. Rome and Persia had not become friends in the modern sense. Their interests remained different. Their armies remained ready. The frontier still existed. But the relationship between Maurice and Khosrow was unusually close by the standards of their ancient rivalry. The two governments even cooperated at times against instability along their shared border. For Khosrow, the years after his restoration allowed him to strengthen his rule. He removed rivals, dealt with rebellious aristocrats, re-established royal authority, and gradually transformed himself from a young king dependent on foreign support into one of the richest and most powerful rulers in the ancient world. Later, Persian tradition remembered his court as magnificent. Treasuries filled with wealth, royal palaces, musicians' horses, precious objects, ceremonies designed to display the overwhelming majesty of the Shahanshah. The most famous musician associated with his court was Barbad, a figure celebrated in later Persian literature. Another famous name connected with Khosrow was Shirin. Shirin became one of the most celebrated women in Persian literary tradition. Later poets transformed the story of Khosrow and Shirin into one of the great romances of Persian literature. The historical Shirin appears to have been Christian, and she became highly influential at court. Khosrow himself remained ruler of a state closely tied to Zoroastrian institutions, but Christians could occupy important positions within his empire, including at the royal court. Once again, the simple image of Christian Rome against Zoroastrian Persia does not capture the full reality. Religion crossed political borders. So did trade, language, art, and people. For a while, the old Roman-Persian frontier seemed almost stable. But hundreds of kilometers away, along the Danube, Maurice faced a completely different problem. The northern frontier of the Roman Empire was under enormous pressure. Avars and Slavic groups crossed into the Balkans. Villages were attacked, cities were threatened, and Roman armies spent years campaigning through difficult terrain north of Constantinople. Maurice eventually achieved important military successes. Roman armies pushed their enemies back, but the wars were expensive, and Maurice was deeply concerned about money. Imperial soldiers had to be paid, fortresses repaired, armies supplied, officials supported, and decades of warfare placed constant pressure on the treasury. Maurice introduced unpopular financial measures. Soldiers complained. Military pay became a source of resentment, and the emperor gained a reputation among parts of the army for excessive economy. Then, in the year 602, Maurice issued an order that helped trigger catastrophe. Roman troops campaigning beyond the Danube were expected to remain there through the winter. The soldiers rebelled. They had had enough. An officer named Phocas emerged from the mutiny. He was not a great general. He did not belong to the imperial dynasty, but angry soldiers proclaimed him emperor. The rebellion marched toward Constantinople. Maurice suddenly discovered how fragile imperial power could be. The emperor, who had helped restore the king of Persia, could not save his own throne. Maurice fled Constantinople. Phocas entered the capital, and then Maurice was captured. What followed became one of the darkest episodes in the history of the Roman imperial court. Maurice's sons were killed. According to the surviving tradition, the emperor was forced to watch them die before he himself was executed. Maurice was killed in November of 602. Phocas became emperor. The political consequences were immediate. cross the frontier. Khosrow heard what had happened. The man who had restored him to the Persian throne was dead. And Khosrow now had both a personal grievance and an extraordinary political opportunity. He refused to recognize Phocas. Khosrow presented himself as the avenger of Maurice. The Roman emperor had helped him when he had been driven from Persia. Now, Khosrow could claim that he was repaying that debt. But revenge was not the only thing at stake. Rome had been thrown into political crisis. A military rebel had seized Constantinople. Opposition to Phocas appeared in different regions. The Roman army was divided. And territory that Persia had surrendered after Khosrow's restoration might now be taken back. The opportunity was enormous. Khosrow mobilized. Persian armies crossed the frontier. At first, this could still be understood as another Roman-Persian war. There had been dozens before it. Fortresses would fall, armies would fight. A treaty would eventually be signed, and the border would move slightly. That was what normally happened. But this war would not be normal. Persian commanders began achieving victory after victory. Among them were some of the greatest generals of the late Sasanian Empire, Shahin, Shahbaraz, and Shahraplakan. These men would carry Persian armies farther into Roman territory than they had reached for generations. One of the first major objectives was Dara. The great Roman fortress that had played such an important role during the wars of Justinian. After fighting in northern Mesopotamia, Dara fell to the Persians in the opening years of the conflict. Other Roman positions followed. The Persian advance spread through Mesopotamia. Armenia came under pressure. Roman defenses began collapsing. Phocas struggled to control the empire, and the longer the war continued, the weaker his government appeared. Then rebellion appeared somewhere else. North Africa. The Roman governor of Africa, also named Heraclius, rejected Phocas. His son, also named Heraclius, would eventually sail toward Constantinople. In 610, Heraclius entered the capital. Phocis was captured. His reign ended violently, just as Maurice's had. Heraclius became emperor. But he inherited something close to a nightmare. The treasury was under pressure. The Balkans were threatened by Avars and Slavs. The army had been weakened by political conflict, and Persia was advancing. Changing the emperor did not end the war. Khosrow did not simply withdraw because Phocis was dead. By this point, the nature of the Persian campaign had begun to change. The original claim of avenging Maurice had served its purpose. Now, Khosrow saw the possibility of something much greater. Not simply recovering disputed fortresses. Not simply adjusting Armenia's borders. Perhaps the Roman Empire itself could be broken apart. Persian forces continued west. They moved through Armenia, across northern Mesopotamia, into Syria. Roman armies attempted to stop them and failed. In 613, a major Roman counterattack near Antioch ended in defeat. Syria was opening before the Persians. Antioch, the great city Khosrow I had captured more than 70 years earlier, fell again. Then Damascus. The Persian army was no longer operating only near the traditional frontier. It had broken through it. For centuries, the Euphrates and the fortified cities of Mesopotamia had formed the central stage of Roman-Persian warfare. Now Persian soldiers were moving toward the Mediterranean world itself. And ahead of them lay a city unlike almost any other. A city sacred to Jews, Christians, and later Muslims. Jerusalem. By the early 7th century, Jerusalem had been under Roman rule for centuries. Christian emperors had transformed it into one of the great pilgrimage centers of their faith. Churches stood across the city. Pilgrims traveled from distant lands, and among its most sacred objects was a relic Christians believed to be part of the cross upon which Jesus had been crucified. The true cross. Now, a Persian army was approaching, and in the year 614, Jerusalem would fall. The capture of the city would shock the Christian Roman world. Its churches would suffer destruction. Its population would experience terrible violence. The true cross would be taken east. And for Khosrow, the victory would become one of the greatest symbols of Persian power. Rome and Persia had fought for more than 6 centuries. But never before had the Sasanian Empire seemed so close to completely defeating Rome in the east. Persia conquers the Roman East. By the year 614, the ancient balance between Rome and Persia seemed to be breaking. For centuries, Persian armies had crossed the frontier. They had captured cities, defeated emperors, and even reached deep into Roman territory. But they had always withdrawn. Rome had always recovered. The frontier had always returned. This time, something was different. The Sasanian armies were no longer fighting only for Armenia or northern Mesopotamia or a handful of fortresses beside the Euphrates. They were conquering the Roman East. Antioch had fallen. Damascus had fallen. Syria was slipping from Roman control. And one of Khosrow's greatest generals, Shapur I, continued south. His name was actually a title or honorific, often understood as something like the boar of the empire. He would become one of the most important Persian commanders of the entire war. Ahead of him lay Palestine, and at its center, Jerusalem. To the Roman Empire of the 7th century, Jerusalem was no ordinary city. Centuries earlier, Roman armies had destroyed the second Jewish temple there. Later, after the conversion of Constantine, Christian emperors transformed Jerusalem into one of the great sacred centers of Christianity. Pilgrims traveled there from across the empire. Churches were built over places associated in Christian tradition with the life, death, and resurrection of Jesus. The most famous was the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Built under Constantine in the 4th century, the church stood over the places Christians identified with the crucifixion and burial of Jesus. For Christian pilgrims, Jerusalem had become a landscape of sacred memory. But the city carried another history as well. For Jews, Jerusalem remained the city of the ancient temple. The Roman destruction of the Second Temple in the year 70 had not erased its religious importance. Jewish communities continued to remember Jerusalem in prayer, ritual, and tradition. And although Jewish access to the city had changed under different Roman and Byzantine rulers, the memory of the temple had never disappeared. Now, a non-Christian empire was approaching, and that created expectations among some Jewish communities that Roman Christian control of Jerusalem might finally end. The exact role of Jewish groups during the Persian conquest is difficult to reconstruct. Later Christian sources often describe Jewish participation in the violence in highly hostile terms. Jewish traditions preserve very different memories, and modern historians debate the scale, organization, and nature of Jewish support for the Persian invasion. What can be said more safely is that some Jewish communities appear to have supported the Persians against Byzantine rule. For them, the arrival of the Sasanian army could represent the collapse of an imperial order that had often restricted Jewish life in Jerusalem. For the Christians inside the city, it represented something very different. Danger. The Persians approached Jerusalem in the spring of 614. The city prepared to resist. Its patriarch, Zacharias, was among the most important Christian leaders inside Jerusalem. Attempts may have been made to negotiate, but whatever hopes existed for a peaceful settlement failed. The siege began. Persian soldiers surrounded the city. Siege engines were prepared. Defenders watched from the walls. Jerusalem had experienced conquest many times before. Babylonians, Romans, civil wars, rebellions. Now, Persia had returned to a city its ancient Achaemenid predecessors had once indirectly governed more than 1,000 years earlier. After several weeks, the defenses broke. Persian troops entered Jerusalem. What followed was terrible. Ancient Christian accounts describe widespread killing. Churches were burned or damaged. Prisoners were taken. Sacred objects were seized. The exact number of people killed is impossible to determine. Later sources give enormous figures, but ancient casualty numbers are often exaggerated. Archaeology and surviving texts, nevertheless, support the broader picture of serious destruction and violence during the conquest. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre suffered heavily. Other Christian buildings were damaged. Relics were taken, and Patriarch Zacharias was captured. Then came the loss that carried perhaps the greatest symbolic weight. The true cross. Christians believed that this relic contained wood from the cross on which Jesus had been crucified. Whatever its historical origin, its religious importance in the Roman world was enormous. The Persians carried it away, eastward, toward the Sasanian Empire. To Christians, the loss was devastating. A pagan or Zoroastrian empire, as Roman Christians viewed Persia, had conquered the holy city. Its churches had been violated. Its patriarch had been taken prisoner, and one of Christianity's most sacred relics had been carried into enemy territory. It was more than a military defeat. It looked like a spiritual catastrophe. Some must have wondered how God could allow it. Christian sermons and writings from the period reflect a world filled with fear, repentance, and attempts to interpret disaster. Was Rome being punished? Was the end of the world approaching? Had the empire lost divine protection? Questions like these had appeared during earlier crises, but the fall of Jerusalem made them especially powerful. For Khosrow, the conquest was an extraordinary triumph. His grandfather had captured Antioch. Earlier, Persian kings had defeated Roman emperors. Shapur I had captured Valerian. But now, Khosrow's armies possessed Jerusalem. The sacred city of Rome's Christian Empire. And the Persian advance was not finished. Farther south, another Roman province waited. One of the richest provinces in the entire Mediterranean world. Egypt. Egypt had been part of the Roman Empire since the time of Augustus. For centuries, its agricultural wealth had helped feed the imperial world. The Nile produced enormous quantities of grain, Alexandria was one of the greatest cities on earth. Its harbor connected the Mediterranean to the Red Sea, Africa, Arabia, and the Indian Ocean trade. Its churches, markets, workshops, and warehouses made it one of Rome's most valuable possessions. If Persia could take Egypt, the war would move into completely new territory. No longer a frontier dispute, no longer simply Syria or Armenia. Khosrow would control one of the economic foundations of the Roman East. Around 618 or 619, Shapur I entered Egypt. The Roman defenses were weak. Heraclius had too many crises and too few reliable armies. Persian troops moved through the country. Eventually, Alexandria fell. The details of its capture are not completely clear. Later sources tell stories about betrayal, secret entry, and surprise attacks. But the broader result is certain. Egypt was lost. The Sasanian Empire now controlled territory from Iran through Mesopotamia into Syria, Palestine, and Egypt. Persian soldiers stood beside the Mediterranean. They controlled lands that had been Roman for hundreds of years. On a map, Khosrow's empire had become enormous. It stretched farther west than the Sasanian monarchy had ever permanently reached before. For perhaps the first time since the ancient Achaemenid age, a Persian empire controlled Egypt and much of the eastern Mediterranean coastline. The symbolism was extraordinary. More than 1,000 years earlier, Cyrus and Cambyses had expanded the first Persian empire across Western Asia and Egypt. Alexander had destroyed that empire. Now, under Khosrow II, Persian authority had once again reached the Nile. But there was a difference. The Sasanians were not ruling an ancient world of independent kingdoms. They were occupying provinces of another enormous imperial state. And that state, though badly wounded, still existed. Heraclius remained in Constantinople. But his position was desperate. The empire he had inherited in 610 had lost one territory after another. Syria, Palestine, Egypt, much of Armenia, large sections of Anatolia had been raided. The Balkans were also under pressure from Avars and Slavic peoples. Constantinople seemed surrounded by danger. The treasury was exhausted. Tax revenue from the richest eastern provinces had disappeared. Trade routes had been disrupted. Armies had been defeated. Soldiers needed to be recruited, equipped, and paid. At some point, Heraclius appears to have considered abandoning Constantinople. Later traditions describe plans to move the imperial center to Carthage in North Africa, where his family had first launched the rebellion against Phocas. Whether the plan was as advanced as later writers suggested is debated. But the fact that such a possibility could even be imagined shows how severe the crisis had become. The people of Constantinople resisted the idea. The Patriarch Sergius reportedly played an important role in convincing Heraclius to remain. The capital would not be abandoned. Instead, the empire would attempt something far more difficult. It would rebuild. The church became deeply involved in the war effort. Precious metals and church wealth were made available to support the state. Gold and silver could be melted, coins could be struck, armies could be financed. Heraclius reorganized what remained. He reduced expenditure, restructured military resources, raised new forces, and began preparing for a counterattack. But before that counterattack could begin, the Persian advance moved still closer to Constantinople. Persian armies entered Anatolia. Cities in Asia Minor came under attack. One Persian force reached Chalcedon. Chalcedon stood directly across the Bosporus from Constantinople. Imagine standing on the walls of the Roman capital, looking across the water and seeing the army of Persia on the opposite shore. After more than 600 years of rivalry, the enemy was now almost within sight of the imperial palace. Only the Bosporus separated them. But Constantinople was one of the strongest fortified cities in the world. its massive land walls protected it from the west. The sea protected other sides. The Roman fleet still controlled the water. The Persians had no easy way to cross in force and storm the capital. Khosrow had conquered enormous territories, but Constantinople remained beyond his reach. And this would prove critical, because as long as Constantinople survived, Rome survived. As long as the emperor controlled Anatolian territory, a fleet, and enough soldiers to rebuild an army, the war was not over. Still, from the Persian perspective, victory must have seemed close. The Roman Empire had lost its richest eastern provinces. Jerusalem was occupied. Egypt was occupied. Antioch was occupied. Persian armies stood in Anatolia. Khosrow's court possessed the true cross. And at Ctesiphon, the king could present himself as the ruler who had finally achieved what generations of Persian kings had failed to accomplish. He had broken the Roman East. Or so it seemed. Because beneath the surface, Persia also faced a growing problem. The empire was becoming enormous. Armies had to occupy Syria, Palestine, Egypt, Mesopotamia, Armenia, and parts of Anatolia. Garrisons had to be supplied, taxes collected, local populations governed. Lines of communication stretched across thousands of kilometers. Persia had won the war's first phase brilliantly. But conquest created obligations. And every army stationed far from Iran was an army that had to be fed, paid, and reinforced. Khosrow also made another decision that would eventually matter. Instead of negotiating from a position of overwhelming strength, he continued demanding submission. Heraclius attempted diplomacy more than once. The emperor knew his position was dangerous. But peace acceptable to both sides did not come. And so, Heraclius prepared to gamble everything. For years, Roman emperors had responded to Persian invasion by defending Syria, Mesopotamia, or Armenia. Heraclius would eventually choose something different. He would stop trying to recover every lost city one by one. Instead, he would attack the Persian Empire itself. Deep inside its own territory, threatening the lands Khosrow needed to protect, forcing Persian armies to turn around. It was dangerous, perhaps desperate. But the Roman Empire had reached a point where cautious strategies were no longer enough. In 622, Heraclius left Constantinople, not as an emperor watching generals fight for him. He would personally lead the army. His soldiers had watched Persia conquer half their world. Now they would march east. The greatest Roman counterattack of the war was about to begin. And over the next 6 years, Heraclius would transform himself from the emperor who nearly lost everything into the man who brought the Sasanian Empire to the edge of collapse. By the year 622, Heraclius had been emperor for more than a decade. And for almost all of that time, he had been losing. Persia controlled Syria, Palestine, Egypt, large parts of Armenia, and territories deep inside Anatolia. Jerusalem had fallen. The true cross had been taken east. Persian armies had reached Chalcedon, within sight of Constantinople across the Bosporus. The Roman Empire still existed, but its eastern world had been torn apart. For centuries, Roman emperors had responded to Persian attacks in familiar ways. Defend Syria, protect Mesopotamia, reinforce the great frontier fortresses, fight over Armenia. Heraclius was about to try something different. Instead of waiting for Persia, he would go east. And he would go personally. This was important. By the 7th century, Roman emperors often governed from the palace while generals commanded armies far away. Heraclius would become a campaigning emperor. He would live with his soldiers, march beside them, train them, and eventually lead them deep into the Sasanian Empire. Before that could happen, he needed an army capable of fighting. Years of defeat had damaged Roman morale. Veteran units had been destroyed. Provincial revenues had disappeared. The government had lost some of its richest territories. The empire needed money, weapons, horses, food, and men willing to continue a war that appeared almost hopeless. Church resources helped finance the struggle. Precious metal was mobilized. The state reorganized what military strength remained, and Heraclius concentrated troops in Asia Minor. Contemporary and later sources describe the emperor personally supervising training. Formations were practiced. Cavalry and infantry learned to cooperate. The army had to become something more than the exhausted remains of earlier defeats. Modern reconstruction of the 622 campaign suggests that much of this first phase involved rebuilding and exercising the field army before major operations. Heraclius also gave the war a powerful religious meaning. Jerusalem had been captured. Christian holy places had been damaged. The true cross was in Persian hands. For Roman Christians, recovering the lost provinces could now be presented not only as an imperial duty, but as a sacred struggle. This did not make the war simply Christianity against Zoroastrianism. Political survival remained the central issue. But religious language could strengthen morale. The soldiers were not being asked merely to defend tax districts on a map. They were being told that they were recovering a wounded Christian empire. In 622, Heraclius began his counteroffensive. The exact route and details of this first campaign are difficult to reconstruct. Our sources are fragmentary, and some were written in highly celebratory language. But the strategic change is unmistakable. Rome was attacking again. Heraclius moved against Persian forces in Asia Minor. Shapur I, the same general whose campaigns had helped conquer Syria, Jerusalem, and Egypt, was forced to respond. The Persian commander had spent years advancing west. Now, he had to watch a Roman emperor maneuver against him. Heraclius avoided throwing his rebuilt army blindly into battle. He maneuvered, threatened Persian positions, and sought favorable ground. Later accounts describe deception and feigned retreat, followed by Roman attack when Persian troops broke formation. Whatever the exact tactical sequence, Heraclius achieved an important success. For the first time in years, a Roman emperor had taken the initiative from Persia. The victory did not recover Egypt. It did not recover Jerusalem. It did not destroy Khosrow's army. But psychologically, it mattered. The Persians could be beaten. And perhaps more importantly, Roman soldiers could still win. Heraclius eventually had to interrupt the campaign because dangers elsewhere demanded attention. The empire was still fighting for survival on several fronts. But the emperor had tested his army, and he had learned something. He could not defeat Persia simply by pushing its armies out of Roman provinces one city at a time. The occupied territory was too large. Syria alone contained countless settlements and fortresses. Egypt lay even farther away. If Heraclius marched south, Khosrow could send another Persian army behind him. So, the emperor developed a more dangerous strategy. He would attack the regions Persia itself needed to defend. Instead of chasing Shapur through Syria, Heraclius would move toward Armenia, the Caucasus, Azerbaijan, and eventually the Iranian heartlands. If Persia wanted to hold Roman territory, while Roman armies devastated Persian territory, Khosrow would face an impossible choice. Ignore Heraclius and allow his own empire to burn, or withdraw armies from the conquered Roman provinces and send them after him. In 624, Heraclius launched the next major phase of his offensive. The chronology of these campaigns is difficult in places, but the evidence places his renewed eastern departure firmly in that year. He moved through Armenia and into regions tied directly to Sasanian power. This was not simply another raid across the Euphrates. Heraclius was moving behind the traditional frontier. One of his most dramatic objectives lay in Azerbaijan. There stood an important Zoroastrian sacred center, Adur-Gushnasp. Its great fire sanctuary was closely connected with Sasanian royal tradition. Kings were associated with pilgrimage and ritual there. For Persia, it carried religious and political importance. Heraclius reached the region around Ganzak. The sanctuary was attacked and devastated during the Roman campaign. The symbolism was powerful. Years earlier, Persian forces had entered Jerusalem. Christian sanctuaries had suffered. The true cross had been carried away. Now, a Roman emperor had entered Persian territory and struck a major Zoroastrian sacred center. The war had reached the sacred landscapes of both empires. Heraclius kept moving. This mobility became one of his greatest weapons. Persian commanders attempted to trap him. Shahrabaraz, Shahin, Sharaplakan, all experienced generals. Khosrow had armies large enough to destroy the Romans if they could concentrate against Heraclius. But concentration was precisely what Heraclius tried to prevent. He moved across difficult country, through Armenia, around mountain roads, across river valleys. He threatened one region, then moved toward another. Persian armies followed, separated, recombined, attempted ambushes. The Roman emperor was turning geography into a weapon. For years, Persian cavalry had benefited from the open plains of Mesopotamia. Now, much of the campaigning occurred in broken terrain, where movement could be more complicated, and where a well-led Roman army could choose when to fight. By 625, Heraclius was still operating deep in the east. Persian commanders tried to close around him, but Heraclius repeatedly escaped, then attacked. One campaign followed another. No single battle ended the war. Instead, the Roman emperor slowly changed its direction. Khosrow still controlled Egypt. Jerusalem was still Persian. Syria was still occupied. But the king could no longer assume that Persia itself was safe. Then, in the year 626, Khosrow attempted something enormous. If Heraclius could not be easily destroyed in the mountains, perhaps the war could be ended somewhere else. Constantinople. For centuries, Persian armies had dreamed of breaking Roman power. Now the capital itself would be placed under direct threat. Persian forces moved toward the Bosporus. Shahbaraz established his army on the Asian side, around Chalcedon. across the water stood Constantinople. But the Persians were not alone. From the European side, the Avars advanced toward the city. With them came large numbers of Slavic warriors and other forces from the Balkans. For the Romans, the danger was extraordinary. Persia on one side, the Avars on the other, and Heraclius himself, far away, campaigning in the east. Constantinople had powerful defenses. The Theodosian walls protected the landward side with enormous layers of stone, towers, and defensive works. But even the greatest walls could fail if an attacker had enough time, men, and coordination. Inside the capital, leadership fell largely to men Heraclius trusted. Patriarch Sergius played an important public role. The general bonus helped direct the defense. Religious processions moved through the city. Prayers were offered. Icons and sacred objects became symbols of resistance. Outside, the Avars prepared siege machinery. Slavic boats attempted operations across the waters. Persian soldiers waited on the opposite shore. But Khosrow's grand plan contained a weakness. Persia did not control the sea. The Roman fleet did. That meant the Persian army at Chalcedon could not simply cross the Bosporus in large numbers whenever it wished. The water separating Asia from Europe became part of Constantinople's defense. Attempts to coordinate the attackers across the strait were disrupted. Roman ships intercepted enemy movements, and the defenders prevented the Persian and Avar forces from combining into a single overwhelming army. Contemporary evidence supports the importance of Roman naval control during the 626 siege. The Avars were ultimately driven back, while the Persian force remained separated across the Bosporus. The Avars attacked. Siege towers approached. Missiles flew. Men attempted to reach the walls. But Constantinople held. Then came a disastrous attempt to move Slavic boats across the waters. Roman naval forces struck them. Boats were destroyed, men drowned. The assault broke apart. The Avar Khagan realized that the city would not fall quickly. Without Persian forces physically joining him, and with Roman control of the water, The operation was becoming impossible. The siege failed. Constantinople had survived. The psychological effect was enormous. The empire had lost Jerusalem, lost Egypt, lost Syria, but its capital, the center of government, the imperial court, and the greatest fortress in the eastern Mediterranean still stood. Khosrow had reached perhaps the best opportunity Persia would ever have to destroy Roman power completely. And he had missed it. The failure was made worse by events elsewhere. Another Persian force under Shahin suffered defeat against Roman troops. Heraclius remained active in the Caucasus, and the emperor had found new allies. The Western Turkic Khaganate. The peoples whom Roman sources often describe under names such as Turks or Khazars controlled enormous territories north and east of the Caucasus. They had their own reasons to fight Persia. Trade routes, territory, regional power. Heraclius negotiated with them. The alliance opened another threat against the Sasanian north. Persia now faced Roman attacks from the west and northwest, while Turkic forces could enter the Caucasus. Khosrow's empire, which only years earlier seemed unstoppable, was being stretched. Still, the Persian king refused to surrender. The Roman provinces remained occupied. Jerusalem remained under Persian authority. Egypt still belonged to Khosrow. If Heraclius wanted the war to end, he needed something decisive. So in 627, he made perhaps the most dangerous decision of his entire reign. He would invade Mesopotamia in winter. Ancient armies normally preferred predictable campaigning seasons. Winter meant cold, rain, snow in northern regions, mud, difficult roads, less food, harder river crossings. But winter also offered surprise. Khosrow might expect Heraclius to stop. Instead, the Roman emperor kept moving. Heraclius crossed into the Sasanian heartlands. Some of his Turkic allies withdrew as conditions worsened. still, he continued. Khosrow ordered a Persian army to intercept him. Its commander was a general known in Roman sources as Razad. He followed Heraclius, waiting for reinforcements. The Roman emperor understood the danger. If the Persian forces grew stronger, his own army might become trapped deep inside enemy territory. So Heraclius turned. On the 12th of December, 627, the armies met near the ruins of ancient Nineveh. Nineveh, once one of the greatest cities of the Assyrian Empire, destroyed more than 12 centuries earlier. Now, near its ancient remains, Rome and Persia would fight one of the final great battles of their centuries-long rivalry. The morning was misty. That may have helped the Romans. Persian archery was most effective when distance and visibility allowed missiles to be used freely. Heraclius wanted closer combat. The two armies approached. Then battle began. Roman infantry and cavalry pressed the Persians. Persian forces resisted. For hours, the battle continued. Later traditions describe Heraclius personally fighting in the battle. Some accounts even portray him killing opponents with his own hands and surviving wounds beneath his armor. Stories of rulers in ancient warfare often became embellished. But there is little doubt that Heraclius was unusually close to his army and personally directed the campaign. The Persian commander Razad was killed. The Persian line began to fail. And eventually, the Sasanian army withdrew. Heraclius had won. Nineveh did not destroy every Persian soldier. It did not immediately capture Ctesiphon, but the road ahead was now dangerously open. The Roman army continued south, and Khosrow began retreating from his royal residences. Heraclius reached Dastagerd, one of the magnificent palace complexes associated with the Persian king. There, the Romans found extraordinary wealth. Royal stores, luxury goods, supplies, and trophies accumulated from years of Persian victory. Among the captured material were Roman standards that had fallen into Persian hands during earlier campaigns. Heraclius's offensive devastated Dastagerd and other important Sasanian centers as the war turned decisively against Khosrow. Consider what this meant. Only a few years earlier, Khosrow's soldiers had stood across the water from Constantinople. They had controlled Jerusalem, Antioch, Damascus, Alexandria. The Persian king seemed closer than any Sasanian ruler before him to destroying Roman power in the east. Now, Roman soldiers were walking through his royal palace. The reversal had been astonishing. Heraclius considered moving toward Ctesiphon. The ancient Persian capital lay farther south. Roman armies had captured it several times during the Parthian period. If Ctesiphon fell now, the symbolic humiliation would be complete. But the route was difficult. Bridges and waterways blocked the advance. The Romans were deep in enemy territory, and Heraclius understood that he did not necessarily need to capture the capital. Something more dangerous was already happening inside Persia. Khosrow's authority was collapsing. For years, the king had demanded soldiers, taxes, supplies. He had sent armies from one side of the empire to another. The warrior elite had been exhausted by decades of conflict. Generals had become enormously powerful. Great aristocratic families had lost men. Wealth and patience. By the end of the war, contemporary and later traditions describe a Persian political and military elite exhausted by the continuing conflict. And now, the king who had promised them victory was fleeing before the Roman emperor. Khosrow attempted to continue the struggle. He wanted new armies, new defenses, another campaign. But many Persian nobles had reached a different conclusion. The war had to end. And if Khosrow would not end it, perhaps Khosrow himself would have to be removed. Inside the Sasanian court, a conspiracy began to form. Among the prisoners held by Khosrow was one of his own sons. His name was Shapur. He would become known as Carrhae II. Persian nobles released him. Soldiers joined them. The palace turned against the king. Khosrow II, the ruler who had conquered Jerusalem, Egypt, Syria, and almost brought Rome to its knees, was suddenly powerless. In February of 628, he was arrested. The man who had once appeared to rule the greatest Persian empire since the age of the Achaemenids was placed in confinement. His son took the throne, and one of Carrhae's first priorities was peace. After more than 20 years of war, after cities had burned, armies had vanished, and two ancient empires had pushed one another toward destruction, the fighting was finally about to stop. But the price of that final war was far greater than either side yet understood. Because Rome and Persia were about to restore their old frontier, only to discover that the world around them had begun to change. In February of 628, the war that had consumed Rome and Persia for more than 2 decades reached the palace of the Persian king himself. Khosrow II had once seemed almost untouchable. His armies had taken Syria, Palestine, Jerusalem, Egypt, and large parts of Anatolia. The Roman Empire had been pushed close to collapse. But now, the situation had reversed completely. Heraclius had defeated a Persian army near Nineveh. Roman troops had penetrated deep into Mesopotamia. Royal estates had been abandoned. The countryside around some of the most important Sasanian centers had been devastated. And inside Persia, the men who had supported Khosrow's wars for more than 20 years were beginning to turn against him. The king demanded more resistance, more soldiers, more sacrifice. But many Persian commanders and aristocrats had reached their limit. They had lost sons, brothers, soldiers, land, money, and years of their lives to a war that had once promised the destruction of Rome, but now threatened Persia itself. Among those who opposed Khosrow, attention turned toward one of his own sons, Shapur. he would rule under the royal name Carrhae II. Khosrow had kept him under confinement, partly because succession inside the Sasanian royal family could be extremely dangerous. A prince was not merely a son, he was a possible rival. But now, that imprisoned prince became the center of a conspiracy. Senior military officers joined it. Aristocrats joined it. Members of the royal establishment joined it. And during the night of the 23rd to the 24th of February, the conspirators moved. Shapur was released. Troops secured important positions around Ctesiphon and the neighboring royal city. Prison gates were opened. Captives were freed. Men rode through the streets, announcing that a new king had been proclaimed. The palace guard began defecting. Khosrow heard shouting, trumpets, movement outside the palace. The king who had commanded armies from Egypt to the Caucasus suddenly discovered that he could barely command the men around his own residence. He attempted to hide, but there was nowhere left to go. The conspirators searched the palace grounds. They found him. And according to the surviving accounts, almost no one resisted on his behalf. Khosrow II was arrested. It was an astonishing fall. Only a few years earlier, his empire had reached the Mediterranean. Persian soldiers had stood opposite Constantinople. The true cross had been carried from Jerusalem into Persian territory. Egypt, one of Rome's richest provinces, was under Sasanian administration. Now the King of Kings was a prisoner inside his own capital. Carrhae II was formally proclaimed Shahanshah, and immediately he began separating his reign from that of his father. He presented himself as the king who would bring peace. The burdens of Khosrow's war had become deeply unpopular. Ending them could help secure the new ruler's position. But Carrhae also faced the oldest danger of Sasanian royal politics: his brothers. Khosrow had fathered several sons. Any one of them might become a rival claimant. And so Carrhae ordered something brutal. His brothers and half-brothers were killed. Among them was Mardan Shah, the son Khosrow had reportedly preferred as his successor. According to the surviving traditions, Khosrow was forced to witness at least part of the destruction of his family. Then, on the 28th of February, 628, Khosrow himself was executed. The reign was over. 38 years after first taking the throne, Khosrow II was dead. He had survived rebellion, exile, restoration, conspiracy, and decades of war. He had expanded Sasanian power farther west than any Persian king in centuries. And then, within only a few years, he had lost almost everything. For Heraclius, the removal of Khosrow changed the war immediately. The Roman emperor had never needed to conquer every city in Persia. He had needed to make continued war politically impossible. Now, the Persian government wanted negotiations. Kavad sent messages to Heraclius. The new king wanted peace. The Roman emperor wanted Persia out of the territories it had conquered. After more than 20 years of fighting, the basic solution was remarkably simple. Return to the old frontier. Persia would abandon the lands taken during Khosrow's great offensive. Roman prisoners were to be released. Captured territories would return to Roman control. And sacred relics taken during the war. Most importantly, the relic Christians identified as the true cross would eventually be restored. The settlement is often described simply as the peace of 628, but the diplomatic process took longer. Negotiations and territorial withdrawals continued, and the final settlement was not fully completed until around 630. This detail matters, because wars do not end the moment rulers agree that fighting should stop. Thousands of Persian soldiers were still stationed across Roman lands. Administrators had governed occupied provinces for years. Garrisons had to withdraw. Prisoners had to be exchanged. Borders had to be restored. And powerful generals had armies of their own. one of them was Shapur I. For years, Shapur I had been one of Khosrow's greatest commanders. His army had helped conquer Syria, Jerusalem, Egypt, and other Roman territories. Now Khosrow was dead, and Shapur I remained at the head of experienced troops. That made him enormously powerful. Too powerful for the new Persian political order to ignore. Heraclius understood this. Instead of treating every Persian general as an enemy who had to be destroyed, the Roman emperor began using diplomacy. The same rivalry that had produced Carrhae, Ctesiphon, Jerusalem, and Nineveh was now being settled through meetings, messages, agreements, and political calculation. Heraclius had achieved something extraordinary. He had not conquered Persia. The Sasanian Empire still existed. Ctesiphon remained Persian. Iran remained beyond Roman control. But every major territorial gain Khosrow had made during his Great War would eventually be surrendered. Egypt returned to Rome. Syria returned. Palestine returned. The Roman position in Armenia and Mesopotamia was restored. On a map, it looked almost as though the war had never happened. That was the great tragedy. More than 20 years of war. Hundreds of thousands of men moved across continents, cities captured, fields burned, taxes raised, families displaced. Jerusalem devastated, Antioch repeatedly damaged, Egypt occupied, Persian lands ravaged. And at the end, the border returned remarkably close to where it had been before the conflict began. But the two empires themselves could not return to where they had been. Persia's crisis became obvious almost immediately. Kavad II had eliminated many possible royal rivals. But in doing so, he had also destroyed much of the pool of experienced Sasanian princes who might have provided stable succession. Then, only months after taking power, Kavad died. A severe epidemic was passing through parts of the region around this time, and later accounts connect the king's death with disease. Whatever the precise cause, his reign had lasted only a few months. His young son, Ardashir III, was placed on the throne. He was only a child. The Sasanian Empire, one of the two greatest states of Western Eurasia, was now ruled in the name of a boy. While powerful generals and aristocratic families competed around him. And the most dangerous of those generals was Shapur I. In 630, Shapur I marched against Ctesiphon, the man who had conquered Roman cities now turned his army against his own capital. Ardashir was removed and killed. Shapur I took the throne for himself. It was another extraordinary moment. The Sasanian monarchy had traditionally rested upon the royal house of Sasan. But only a generation after Bahram Kobin had briefly seized the crown. Another great general had done the same. The old political structure was breaking. Military power was becoming strong enough to challenge royal blood directly. Shapur I did not rule for long. Only around 40 days after taking power, he was assassinated. Persia fell deeper into political chaos. Kings appeared and disappeared. Different aristocratic factions supported different candidates. Members of the Sasanian royal family were raised to the throne, then removed. Among them were two daughters of Khosrow II, Boran and Azarmidocht. Their reigns are remarkable partly because women rarely occupied the Sasanian throne directly. Their accession shows just how severe the succession crisis had become. The empire still had soldiers, fortresses, cities, tax systems, noble families, and centuries of political tradition. But the center was unstable. No ruler seemed secure. A king could be crowned, and months later be dead. A general could seize power, only to be murdered. A noble family could support one monarch, while another faction supported someone else. The empire that Shapur I, Shapur II, Khosrow I and Khosrow II had commanded was beginning to fracture internally. Rome, by comparison, appeared victorious. Heraclius had survived. Constantinople had survived. The lost provinces were returning, and one of the greatest symbols of the Persian conquest, the true cross, was coming back into Roman hands. The exact movements of the relic during these years are debated by modern historians, but the traditional account places its great ceremonial restoration to Jerusalem around the year 630. For Heraclius, the symbolism could hardly have been stronger. 16 years earlier, Persian troops had entered Jerusalem. The city had suffered destruction. Its patriarch had been taken. The cross had been carried east. Now, the Roman emperor returned as victor. Later, Christian tradition transformed the event into something almost legendary. Stories developed of Heraclius approaching Jerusalem in imperial clothing, only to find himself unable to enter while displaying such royal pride. The emperor then supposedly removed his magnificent garments, humbled himself, and carried the cross into the city. These details belong largely to later religious tradition, rather than secure contemporary history. But the historical symbolism behind them was real. Jerusalem was Roman again. The relic was restored. Persia had withdrawn. After years in which Heraclius had appeared to be the emperor who would lose the East, he could now present himself as the emperor who had saved it. Imagine Constantinople at that moment. The city had survived the great siege of 626. Its churches still stood, its walls had not fallen. Its emperor had returned from campaigning deep inside Persia. The empire had recovered lands many people must have believed were lost forever. From the perspective of the Roman court, it was one of the greatest reversals in imperial history. Heraclius could be compared with the great warrior emperors of the past. Trajan had captured Ctesiphon. Septimius Severus had captured it. Julian had marched toward it. But Heraclius had faced something perhaps even worse than they had. He had inherited an empire already collapsing and somehow reversed the war. It must have felt like an ending. 6 centuries of Roman-Persian struggle had reached its greatest climax. Both sides had used almost everything they possessed. The final war had stretched from Egypt to Constantinople to the Caucasus to Mesopotamia. 2 ancient civilizations had fought across almost the entire Near East. And Rome had survived. But survival was not the same as recovery. Syria had returned to Roman control, but years of invasion had damaged its cities and countryside. Palestine had returned, but Jerusalem had experienced siege, violence, occupation, and political upheaval. Egypt had returned, but its administration had spent years under Persian rule. The Balkans, meanwhile, had suffered while Heraclius concentrated his resources in the east. The Roman treasury had financed decades of military emergency. Men who might have farmed, traded, built, or paid taxes had spent years marching and fighting. Old fortifications needed repair. Armies needed rebuilding. Provincial administration needed restoration. Rome had won the war, but it was exhausted. Persia was in even greater danger. The war had not only consumed money and soldiers, it had damaged the political structure at the heart of the empire. Khosrow was dead, Kavad was dead, Ardashir was dead, Shapur I was dead. The succession crisis continued. Eventually, in 632, the Persian elite rallied around a young grandson of Khosrow II. His name was Yazdegerd III. He would become the final king of the Sasanian dynasty. At the time, no one could know that. Perhaps his supporters believed the ancient empire could finally stabilize. Perhaps the chaos would end. Perhaps Persia would rebuild, just as Rome was rebuilding. After all, the Sasanian state had survived disasters before. Roman invasion, civil war, nomadic attacks, plague, royal assassination. Again and again, Persia had survived. And Rome had survived disasters of its own. Carrhae, Civil War, the 3rd century crisis, the collapse of the West, the plague, the Persian occupation. Again and again, Rome had survived too. So when the final peace took shape, the rulers of both worlds may have believed they understood what came next. Rest. Rebuilding. Another generation of uneasy peace. And eventually, perhaps, another Roman-Persian war. That was the pattern. It had been the pattern for centuries. But this time, there would not be another great Roman-Sasanian war. Because while Heraclius and Khosrow had been fighting across Syria, Mesopotamia, Palestine, Egypt, Anatolia, and the Caucasus, events had been unfolding beyond the southern edge of both empires. Across the deserts of Arabia, neither Constantinople nor Ctesiphon had traditionally regarded Arabia as the center of the world. Arab tribes lived along both imperial frontiers. Some had served Rome, others Persia. The Ghassanids had once helped defend Roman interests. The Lakhmids had once helped defend Persian interests. Arab warriors were familiar to both empires. Arabia itself, however, had never been united beneath a power capable of replacing Rome or Persia. But during the very years in which the two superpowers were destroying one another, that was beginning to change. In western Arabia, in the city of Mecca, a man named Muhammad had begun preaching a message centered upon the worship of one God. A community formed around him. It faced persecution, migration, conflict, and eventually political unification on a scale Arabia had rarely experienced. By the time Rome and Persia finally ended their great war, the Arabian Peninsula was entering a new age. And soon, the exhausted armies of the two ancient superpowers would encounter soldiers fighting beneath a new banner. History was about to move faster than either empire expected. year 628, Rome and Persia finally stopped trying to destroy one another. The Great War was ending. Borders would be restored. Prisoners would return home. Armies would withdraw. From Constantinople, Heraclius could look back upon one of the most remarkable victories in Roman history. He had inherited an empire that appeared close to destruction. Then, against almost every expectation, he had reversed the war. Persia had been driven from the Roman provinces. Jerusalem was returning to Roman rule. Egypt was restored. Syria was restored. The Roman Empire had survived. But victory concealed a deeper problem. The empire Heraclius recovered was not the empire that had existed before the war. 26 years of almost continuous conflict had changed everything. Entire generations had grown up knowing little except war. Farmers had watched armies cross their fields. Cities had changed rulers. Tax collectors had arrived from different governments. Soldiers had been recruited, killed, replaced, and recruited again. Trade routes had been disrupted, fortifications damaged, villages abandoned. Some people had fled west, others east. Some had been carried away as prisoners. Others had lived for years under occupation. The map had returned to something familiar. The societies beneath that map had not. Syria was a good example. For centuries, Syria had been one of the richest regions of the Roman East. Antioch connected Anatolia with the Levant. Damascus stood at the meeting point of major trade routes. Smaller cities, villages, monasteries, farms, and markets filled the landscape. Then Persian armies had arrived. Some cities resisted, others negotiated, administrators changed. Taxes were redirected, garrisons came and went. And after years of Persian occupation, Roman officials returned. People who had learned to live beneath one government were told once again that another had returned. The same happened in Palestine. Jerusalem had experienced siege, destruction, Persian occupation, changes in local political relationships, and finally, Roman restoration. Religious tensions had deepened. memories of violence remained. Egypt had its own problems. The province was essential to Roman power. Its agricultural wealth mattered enormously. Its cities connected the Mediterranean with Africa, the Red Sea, and the wider world. But Persian rule had lasted for roughly a decade. Roman officials now had to rebuild imperial administration there as well. And administration was not the only challenge. The Roman East was deeply divided by religion. Christianity had become the dominant religion of the empire centuries earlier, but Christians did not agree on every theological question. Debates about the nature of Christ had divided bishops, emperors, monasteries, and communities. Church councils attempted to establish official doctrine, but disagreement did not disappear. In Egypt, many Christians belonged to traditions that rejected the theological formula supported by the imperial church after the Council of Chalcedon. Similar tensions existed in Syria and elsewhere. These disagreements were not merely abstract arguments between theologians. They could involve bishops being removed, churches changing control, imperial pressure, local resentment. Heraclius understood the danger. He had recovered provinces whose populations did not always share the religious policies favored in Constantinople. So the emperor attempted to find formulas that might reunify different Christian communities. The effort failed. Instead of healing the divisions, new theological disputes emerged. This did not mean that the inhabitants of Syria or Egypt were simply waiting for another empire to arrive. History was far more complicated than that. People's loyalties differed, local circumstances differed, and religious disagreements were only one part of a much larger political world. But they mattered. An empire recovering from decades of war would have benefited from unity. Instead, Heraclius inherited provinces containing communities that sometimes viewed imperial religious policy with suspicion. Persia's condition was worse. Rome had emerged from the war with one emperor. Persia could barely keep one king. After the death of Khosrow II, the Sasanian throne entered a succession crisis unlike anything the dynasty had experienced before. Carrhae II ruled only briefly. Then came Ardashir III, then Shapur I, then other claimants. Different noble families competed for influence. Generals controlled armies. Regional elites supported rival monarchs. Some kings ruled for months, others perhaps even less. The throne that had once been occupied by rulers like Shapur I, Shapur II, and Khosrow I had become dangerously unstable. This mattered because the Sasanian Empire depended on cooperation between several powerful groups. The royal house, the great aristocratic families, military commanders, provincial officials, Zoroastrian religious institutions. When those groups worked together, Persia could mobilize enormous resources. When they turned against one another, the system became fragile. The final war had empowered generals. Men like Shapur I had commanded armies across entire provinces. They had negotiated, collected supplies, governed, conquered populations. After decades of campaigning, their authority could rival that of the king himself. At the same time, great noble families had their own soldiers, their own estates, and their own political ambitions. The monarchy had always needed them. Now, it struggled to control them. Eventually, in 632, a young prince was placed upon the throne. Yazdegerd III. He was still very young, probably only a boy or teenager. But he carried one of the greatest titles in the ancient world. King of Kings, ruler of the Sasanian Empire. His ancestors had ruled Persia for more than 4 centuries. They had defeated Roman emperors, built palaces, raised great armies, ruled Mesopotamia, Iran, parts of the Caucasus, Central Asian frontiers. Yazdegerd inherited all of that history. But he inherited very little stability. The empire needed time. Time to rebuild the army. Time to repair the treasury. Time to restore royal authority. Time to settle disputes between noble families. Perhaps 10 peaceful years might have changed everything. Persia did not receive 10 years. Neither did Rome. South of the two empires, Arabia had undergone a transformation. For centuries, Rome and Persia had known the Arabs. This was not a mysterious people suddenly appearing from nowhere. Arab tribes had traded with the empires, fought for them, fought against them, moved through the borderlands. Arab communities existed in Syria, Mesopotamia, and along the desert frontier. Some were Christian. Some practiced traditional Arabian religions. Jewish communities also lived across parts of Arabia. Arabia itself contained cities, tribes, trading networks, agricultural settlements, and competing political alliances. Rome and Persia had both tried to influence this world. For generations, they had relied on Arab allies along their desert frontiers. The Romans had been closely associated with the Ghassanids, an Arab Christian confederation that helped defend Roman Syria and the desert approaches. Their warriors could operate in environments where conventional Roman armies were less effective. Persia had relied upon the Lakhmids based around al-Hira in Iraq. They performed a similar role. Arab allies guarded the approaches to Mesopotamia, dealt with rival tribes, and acted as a buffer between settled Persian territory and the Arabian desert. But shortly before the final Roman-Persian War, the Sasanian king Khosrow II had dismantled the Lakhmid kingdom. The exact consequences remain debated, and Persia still possessed allies along its frontier. But an important part of the old frontier system had disappeared. Then, farther south, a religious and political movement began transforming Arabia itself. Around the year 610, according to Islamic tradition, Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, received the first revelations of the Quran in Mecca. His message centered upon the worship of one God, the God of Abraham, Moses, Jesus, and the earlier prophets. The message challenged religious practices, social relationships, and the political order of Mecca. A community formed around him. At first, it was small. Its members faced opposition. some were persecuted, and eventually, in 622, the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and his followers migrated from Mecca to Medina. The Hijrah. That migration would later mark the beginning of the Islamic calendar. Notice the year, 622. The same year, Heraclius began the great counter-offensive that would eventually carry him deep into Persia. While Roman and Persian soldiers were fighting across Anatolia and the Caucasus, a new community was taking political form in Medina. At first, neither superpower had any reason to imagine that these events would transform their own future. Rome had Persia to worry about. Persia had Rome. The great empires had spent centuries studying one another. Roman commanders knew Persian cavalry. Persian commanders knew Roman fortifications. Diplomats understood the border kingdoms. Merchants understood the trade routes. Their entire strategic world had been built around the assumption that the greatest danger came from the empire across the frontier. But Arabia was changing rapidly. The Muslim community in Medina survived several major conflicts. Badr, Uhud, the Trench. Alliances formed and collapsed. Tribes entered agreements. Political influence expanded. Eventually, Mecca itself came under Muslim control in 630. And by the final years of the Prophet Muhammad's life, much of Arabia had entered into relationships with the new Muslim polity. The old political landscape of the peninsula was being reorganized. Tribes that had previously acted independently or through shifting alliances were increasingly connected with a central religious and political authority. This was happening at exactly the moment when Rome and Persia were weakest. The timing is one of the most extraordinary intersections in world history. Had Islam emerged a century earlier, it would have faced the Rome of Justinian and the Persia of Khosrow I. Two wealthy, organized, and formidable states. Had it emerged a century later, perhaps both empires would have recovered. Instead, the new Muslim state emerged during the exact generation in which Rome and Persia had exhausted one another in the greatest war of their long rivalry. Yet exhaustion alone does not explain what happened next. Weak empires do not automatically collapse. Rome had survived worse crises before. Persia had survived civil wars before. The armies that would soon leave Arabia still had to fight. They still had to defeat Roman soldiers, Persian cavalry, fortified cities, and experienced commanders. Nothing was inevitable. Then, in 632, Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, died in Medina. The Muslim community faced its own crisis. Many tribes across Arabia changed their relationships with Medina. Some rejected political obligations. Some followed rival prophetic claimants. Some refused the payment of zakat. The unity created during the Prophet's lifetime appeared threatened. Leadership passed to Abu Bakr, the first caliph. His immediate challenge was not Rome, not Persia. It was Arabia itself. A series of conflicts remembered as the Ridda Wars followed. Muslim armies fought across the peninsula. Different tribal coalitions were defeated or brought back into the political order centered on Medina. By roughly 633, the new state had survived its first great internal crisis. And now, something changed. The armies began moving beyond Arabia, north, toward the lands of the two exhausted superpowers. One direction led toward Iraq, the ancient lands of Mesopotamia. The same region Rome and Persia had fought over since the days of Crassus. Another direction led toward Syria. A province Heraclius had only recently recovered from Persian occupation. The first expeditions were not enormous by imperial standards. Rome and Persia had each commanded armies numbering tens of thousands. Their fortresses had stood for generations. Their governments controlled immense resources. From Constantinople or Ctesiphon, the forces emerging from Arabia may not initially have seemed capable of destroying an empire. But the armies from Medina possessed important advantages. Many soldiers were accustomed to difficult desert conditions. They could move rapidly across terrain that challenged larger conventional armies. Tribal networks provided knowledge of routes, water, and local conditions. And perhaps most importantly, the new state could concentrate military energy outward at a moment when its neighbors were still recovering from catastrophe. The first major campaigns into Persian-controlled Iraq began during Abu Bakr's caliphate. Muslim tradition associates the early advance there, especially with Khalid ibn al-Walid. Khalid had already become one of the Muslim state's most important commanders during the wars in Arabia. Now, his forces moved into lands under Sasanian influence. Here, they entered a political environment very different from Central Arabia. Ancient cities stood beside rivers. Canals crossed agricultural land. Persian administrators governed settled populations. Arab communities already lived throughout the region. The frontier between Arabia and Persia had never been a perfectly sealed line. People moved across it constantly. But now organized armies were moving across it. Battles followed. Some of the details preserved in later Islamic historical traditions are difficult to verify precisely. Campaign chronologies can differ. Numbers can be exaggerated. Speeches attributed to commanders were often written generations later. But the larger development is clear. Sasanian authority in parts of Iraq began facing a serious new military challenge. Meanwhile, the road towards Syria was opening as well. For Heraclius, this must have seemed almost impossible. He had spent years recovering Syria from Persia. The emperor had crossed mountains, defeated armies, watched Khosrow fall, and restored Roman authority. Only a few years later, another enemy was approaching the same province. The first Muslim forces entering Syria operated in separate armies. Commanders moved through different routes. The aim was not simply a single raid. The campaign was becoming sustained. Abu Bakr eventually ordered Khalid ibn al-Walid to move from Iraq towards Syria. According to the traditional accounts, Khalid crossed a difficult desert route to reach the Syrian theatre rapidly. The details became legendary. But strategically, the important point is clear. The Muslim leadership could shift forces between the Persian and Roman fronts. Byzantine commanders now confronted something Rome had not faced during its centuries of war with Persia. An enemy whose political center lay south of both great empires and whose armies were not tied to the old frontier system. The Euphrates did not contain them. The old forts of northern Mesopotamia did not define the entire war. They could approach through desert roads, strike settlements, withdraw, reorganize, and concentrate somewhere else. For centuries, Rome and Persia had built military systems designed largely around each other. Now, both had to adapt. In 634, Abu Bakr died. Leadership passed to Umar ibn al-Khattab. The campaigns continued. And under Umar, they would expand dramatically. In Syria, Roman armies attempted to contain the advance. Cities resisted, others negotiated. Local populations faced difficult choices. The Emperor Heraclius remained deeply involved in organizing the defense, though he did not personally command every battlefield. This was still the same Heraclius who had defeated Khosrow. He knew what it meant to rebuild after disaster. He knew how dangerous it was to underestimate an enemy. But this time, his empire had not had decades to recover. Only a few years separated the end of the Persian War from the new campaigns in Syria. Across the Euphrates, Yazdegerd III faced an even worse situation. He was trying to reunite a fractured aristocracy, while armies from Arabia entered Iraq. The great houses of Persia still possessed military power. The Sasanian army still contained heavily armored cavalry. The imperial state still commanded resources far greater than those available to Medina. But Persian political unity remained weak. Generals and noble families had spent years fighting one another. Some regions responded more effectively than others. Coordination was difficult. And after 20 years of fighting Rome, another large war had begun almost immediately. By the middle of the 630s, both ancient empires had mobilized major forces against the new threat. The coming battles would decide whether the Muslim expansion remained a frontier phenomenon or became something far larger. In Syria, Roman forces gathered near a river valley called the Yarmouk. In Iraq, Persian forces would assemble near a place remembered as al-Qadisiyyah. For Rome, Yarmouk would determine the fate of Syria. For Persia, Qadisiyyah would open or close the road toward Ctesiphon. Neither empire knew it yet, but these battles would become more important than almost any frontier battle fought during the previous 600 years. More important than Carrhae. More permanent than Trajan's capture of Ctesiphon. More consequential than Khosrow's conquest of Jerusalem. Because this time, the old balance would not return. Rome would survive. Persia would not. And the political map of the Middle East, which Rome and Persia had shaped between them for centuries, was about to be redrawn. By the middle of the 7th century, Rome and Persia had finally stopped fighting one another. But peace had arrived too late. For centuries, the two empires had built their armies around one another. Rome watched Persia. Persia watched Rome. Every fortress along the Euphrates, every struggle over Armenia, every alliance in the Caucasus had been shaped by the same rivalry. Then, from the south, came an enemy neither empire had been built to confront. The armies of the new Muslim state in Arabia. At first, they could have appeared small compared with the enormous military systems of Rome and Persia. Constantinople controlled ancient cities, fortified roads, naval bases, and armies drawn from across its remaining provinces. Persia possessed heavily armored cavalry, great noble families, experienced generals, and one of the oldest imperial traditions on earth. The state centered in Medina possessed none of that history. But it possessed something else. Unity, mobility, experienced commanders, and an expanding political order that had survived the crisis following the death of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. Among the men who emerged from this period, few became as famous as Khalid ibn al-Walid. Khalid had once fought against the Muslims. At the Battle of Uhud, his cavalry had played an important role against the Muslim army. But Khalid later accepted Islam, and after that, his military career became closely connected with some of the most important campaigns of the early Muslim state. Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, gave him the famous title, Saif Allah, the sword of Allah. During the Ridda Wars after the Prophet's death, Khalid commanded forces across Arabia. Rebellions were defeated. Rival political centers were broken. And the authority of Medina was restored across much of the peninsula. Then, the direction of the campaigns changed. North, toward Persia and toward Rome. Khalid first campaigned in Iraq, along the western edge of the Sasanian world. The details preserved by later historians are sometimes difficult to reconstruct precisely. Battle numbers, speeches, and individual episodes were recorded generations after the events. But the larger picture is clear. Muslim armies were beginning to operate inside territory that had long belonged to the Persian political sphere. Then came an urgent order. Muslim forces in Syria were facing the Roman Empire, and Khalid was needed there. According to Islamic historical tradition, Khalid crossed from Iraq towards Syria through an extremely difficult desert route. The stories surrounding the march became legendary. Guides, water supplies, long stretches of barren country, men and animals moving beneath an unforgiving sky. Some details cannot be established with certainty. But strategically, the march demonstrated something important. The Muslim armies were not trapped inside the old imperial frontiers. They could move between Iraq and Syria, across routes that the great settled empires did not normally use for large military operations. Khalid arrived in Syria, and the pressure on Roman territory increased. Cities were attacked, others negotiated. Muslim armies operated under several commanders, including Abu Ubaidah ibn al-Jarrah, Amr ibn al-As, Yazid ibn Abi Sufyan, Shurahbil ibn Hassana, and Khalid ibn al-Walid. Damascus became one of the most important objectives. The city had already suffered during the final Roman-Persian War. Persian armies had occupied it. Rome had recovered it. Now, only a few years later, another army appeared outside its walls. Damascus eventually passed into Muslim hands. For Heraclius, the situation was becoming frighteningly familiar. He had already spent decades watching Persian forces tear Syria away from the empire. He had then fought one of the greatest counter-offensives in Roman history to recover it. Now, before the province had fully recovered, he was being forced to fight for it again. Heraclius gathered a major army. The exact number of soldiers is uncertain. Later sources often give figures far larger than modern historians consider reliable. But this was clearly not a small frontier response. Rome intended to restore control of Syria. The imperial army included men from several parts of the Roman world. Armenians, Roman regulars, local forces, Christian Arab allies. The empire still had resources. It still had experienced commanders. And Heraclius had defeated Persia only a few years earlier. Nothing about the coming battle guaranteed a Muslim victory. The Muslim armies concentrated near the Yarmouk, a region of open ground, broken by deep ravines not far from the modern borders of Syria and Jordan. The location offered room for cavalry, but it could also become dangerous for an army forced toward the steep valleys behind it. In August of 636, the two sides fought. The Battle of Yarmouk became one of the most important battles in the history of the Middle East. The fighting appears to have continued across several days. Roman units attacked. Muslim forces held their lines. Cavalry moved rapidly between threatened positions. The surviving accounts contain many dramatic stories, and not every tactical detail can be confidently reconstructed. But Khalid ibn al-Walid occupies a central place in the Muslim historical tradition of the battle. Abu Ubaidah was one of the senior commanders in Syria, while Khalid is especially remembered for the tactical handling of the army, particularly its cavalry. Again and again, mounted troops could be moved towards sections of the line under pressure. A Roman attack on one wing could be answered. Then the cavalry could move again. The battle became a contest not only of strength, but of timing, movement, discipline, and the ability to keep an army together as the fighting shifted across a large battlefield. At some point, the Roman position began to fail. Muslim forces pushed forward. Roman formations lost cohesion, and retreat became increasingly difficult. The ravines and broken landscape behind parts of the Roman position turned withdrawal into disaster. By the end, the Roman field army had suffered a decisive defeat. Yarmouk did not destroy the Roman Empire, but it broke Rome's ability to restore Syria by a single great counterattack. For Heraclius, the loss must have been bitter. He had spent years fighting Persia. He had marched through Armenia, entered Mesopotamia, defeated a Persian army near Nineveh, watched Khosrow fall. He had returned the true cross to Jerusalem. He had saved the empire. And now he was losing the same provinces again. Later tradition places words of farewell to Syria in the emperor's mouth. Whether Heraclius actually spoke them cannot be known. But the sentiment captures the moment. Roman Syria, one of the richest regions of the empire, was slipping away. Jerusalem followed. The city that had been conquered by Persia in 614, restored to Rome by Heraclius, and associated with the triumph of the returning true cross, now faced another political transition. Around 637 or 638, Jerusalem surrendered to Muslim authority. Islamic tradition remembers Caliph Umar ibn al-Khattab personally entering the city. Within less than a quarter of a century, Jerusalem had passed through Roman rule, Persian conquest, Roman restoration, and Muslim rule. Few cities illustrate the transformation of the 7th century more clearly. Then came Egypt. The province that Persia had occupied only years earlier was invaded again. Muslim forces led prominently by Amr ibn al-As entered Egypt beginning around 639. Fortresses resisted. Negotiations took place. Roman commanders attempted to organize defense. But eventually, Alexandria itself was lost. For Rome, the loss of Egypt was enormous. The Nile Valley had provided grain, taxes, trade, population. Alexandria connected the Mediterranean with routes leading toward the Red Sea, Arabia, Africa, and farther east. Heraclius died in 641. His empire survived. Constantinople remained Roman. Anatolia remained largely Roman. The imperial government remained. The fleet remained. Roman armies remained. The empire, modern historians called Byzantine, would continue for many centuries. But it had changed permanently. The Roman world would become increasingly concentrated around Anatolia, Constantinople, the Aegean, and parts of the Balkans. Syria, Palestine, and Egypt would no longer form the great eastern provinces of the Roman Empire. Persia faced an even darker future. While Khalid and the other Muslim commanders had been fighting Rome in Syria, another front was developing in Iraq. Here, the Muslim armies faced the Sasanian Empire. The empire of Ardashir, Shapur, Khosrow. The empire that had captured Valerian, conquered Jerusalem, occupied Egypt, and nearly defeated Rome. But Persia was no longer the empire it had been under Khosrow II. Years of civil war had damaged the monarchy. Kings had risen and fallen rapidly. Great noble families competed against one another. The army had been exhausted by the Roman war. Eventually, Yazdegerd III had been placed on the throne. He carried the title of Shahanshah, King of Kings. But restoring unity was difficult. Now Muslim armies were moving into Iraq. The Persian elite prepared for a major confrontation. One of their greatest commanders was Rostam Farrokhzad. Rostam belonged to the powerful aristocratic world that had shaped Persian politics during the years of instability. He commanded an army designed to stop the advance before it reached the Sasanian capital. Opposing him was an army commanded by Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas. The two forces met near al-Qadisiyyah. Again, the exact numbers and many individual events are uncertain. Later, historical traditions preserve long accounts of negotiations, duels, speeches, and individual acts of bravery. But behind those stories stood a very real struggle for Iraq. The Persian army possessed something that could terrify infantry unfamiliar with it. War elephants. The enormous animals could disrupt formations, frighten horses, and create openings in an enemy line. Persian troops fought around them. Armored cavalry remained one of the great strengths of the Sasanian military tradition. The fighting lasted for days. Muslim forces struggled against the elephants. The Persians resisted. Neither side simply collapsed at the first attack. But eventually, the balance shifted. The elephants were neutralized or driven from the fighting. Persian formations came under increasing pressure. Then Rostam was killed. Exactly how he died is uncertain. Later sources provide dramatic versions of his final moments. But his death became the symbol of a much larger disaster. The Sasanian army broke. Al-Qadisiyyah opened the road toward Ctesiphon. For centuries, Roman emperors had dreamed of this city. Crassus had never reached it. Trajan had captured it temporarily. Septimius Severus had entered it. Other Roman armies had plundered it. Yet Persia always recovered. Now, Ctesiphon faced an enemy from the south. Yazdegerd withdrew. The royal court moved east. And Muslim armies entered the great capital of the Sasanian world. They encountered royal palaces, treasuries, government buildings, and the enormous vaulted structure now remembered as the Tak Kasra. For generations, this had been a center from which Persian kings challenged Rome. Now the King of Kings had abandoned it. But Persia was not finished. The empire extended far beyond Iraq. Across the Zagros Mountains lay the Iranian plateau. Cities, provinces, noble estates, fortresses, armies. Yazdegerd could still call upon governors and aristocrats. Perhaps Iraq could be recovered. Perhaps a new Persian army could drive the invaders back toward Arabia. For several years, resistance continued. Then, in 642, another great Persian army gathered near Nahavand. Here, the Sasanian elite attempted once more to concentrate enough strength to stop the conquest. The resulting battle ended in another major Persian defeat. Later Muslim tradition would call Nahavand the victory of victories. The phrase became famous because of what happened afterward. Without a large unified Sasanian field army capable of restoring the old frontier, the conquest spread deeper across Iran. But again, Persia did not disappear overnight. Cities resisted. Local rulers negotiated. Rebellions occurred. Some regions were conquered, then had to be conquered again. A civilization as large as Persia could not simply vanish after one battle. Yazdegerd continued east. He moved from province to province, trying to find support. Everywhere he went, he still carried the royal title. But increasingly, the title was all that remained. The king whose ancestors had ruled from Ctesiphon was now far from his capital, far from the great palaces, far from the armies that once obeyed the Shahanshah. Eventually, Yazdegerd reached the region around Merv. There, in the year 651, he died. The exact circumstances remain uncertain. Later traditions describe betrayal, flight, and murder. What can be said with certainty is that the last Sasanian king never recovered his empire. His death marks the conventional end of the Sasanian dynasty. More than 400 years after Ardashir had defeated the last Parthian king, the Sasanian Empire was gone. And with it, the ancient rivalry between Rome and Persia had finally ended. For nearly 700 years, the two great powers had faced one another. First, Rome and Parthia. Then, Rome and the Sasanians. Crassus had crossed the Euphrates and died at Carrhae. Surenna had shown Rome that Persian cavalry could destroy a legionary army. Trajan had marched all the way to Ctesiphon. Shapur I had captured the Roman Emperor Valerian. Julian had invaded Persia and died during the retreat. Justinian and Khosrow I had fought across Syria and the Caucasus. Khosrow II had conquered Jerusalem, Damascus, and Egypt. Heraclius had answered by marching deep into the Persian Empire. Generation after generation, the same struggle returned. Neither empire could completely destroy the other. Rome would win, then Persia. A city would fall, then be returned. A treaty would be signed, then broken. Every time one empire appeared close to victory, the other somehow survived. Until the final war. Rome survived that war too. Persia survived it. But both emerged exhausted. Then came Yarmouk, al-Qadisiyyah, Nahavand, and the ancient balance disappeared. Yet this was not the destruction of everything Roman or everything Persian. Rome survived in Constantinople. Its emperors continued to call themselves Romans. Its armies continued fighting. Its cities, laws, churches, and institutions remained. The Eastern Roman Empire would continue for centuries. Persia lost its monarchy, but Persian civilization survived as well. The people did not disappear. The language did not disappear. Persian literature, administration, art, medicine, astronomy, philosophy, and political culture would continue. In fact, Persian influence would become one of the great forces shaping the Islamic civilization that followed. Persian families would serve new rulers. Persian scholars would write major works. Persian poets would create some of the greatest literature of the medieval world. The conquerors inherited much from the conquered, and the same was true of the Roman lands. Cities such as Damascus, Jerusalem, and Alexandria did not disappear when their rulers changed. Their inhabitants, markets, roads, religious communities, and traditions continued into the New Age. Soon, Damascus would become the capital of the Umayyad Caliphate, and farther east, near the same Mesopotamian world that Rome and Persia had fought over for centuries, another city would eventually rise. Baghdad, the capital of the Abbasid Caliphate. The old Persian capital of Ctesiphon stood nearby. The geography itself connected the old world with the new. Roman, Persian, Arab, Greek, Syriac, Jewish, Christian, Zoroastrian, Muslim, civilizations that had fought, traded, translated, migrated, and influenced one another for centuries, would now become part of a new historical world. And perhaps this is the greatest irony of the entire story. Rome and Persia spent centuries asking the same question. Who would rule the East? Crassus believed Rome could conquer Persia. Shapur believed Persia could humble Rome. Trajan dreamed of Alexander. Khosrow II dreamed of a Persian empire stretching once again to Egypt and the Mediterranean. Heraclius answered with a campaign that brought Persia itself close to collapse. And after all of it, after centuries of war, after millions of footsteps across the same frontier, after the sieges, the victories, the defeats, the lost emperors, the captured capitals, neither empire achieved the final conquest. Rome never permanently conquered Persia. Persia never permanently conquered Rome. Then, from Arabia, came Khalid ibn al-Walid, Abu Ubaidah, Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas, Amr ibn al-As, and a generation of commanders belonging to a political world that had barely existed when Heraclius and Khosrow began their final war. Within only a few years, the balance that had lasted for centuries was gone. Rome survived, but lost much of the East. Persia, the empire that had survived Crassus, Trajan, Valerian, Julian, Justinian, and Heraclius, ceased to exist as a Sasanian state. Two superpowers had spent centuries fighting for the same world. In the end, neither would rule it. But their civilizations, their knowledge, their cities, and their legacy would help shape the world that came after them.